Hey everyone, welcome to another Techstrong TV. It's a bright and sunny July 12th, 7/12. We have some big news announcing out of Techstrong Group today. It's going to be our lead story this morning. We hope you'll enjoy it. But first of all, let me welcome you to Techstrong TV. This is episode, by the way, 342. So it's a lot of Techstrong TV under that bridge. Let me jump right into what we've got for you today. As usual, we're going to lead off with our news, and it is our sort of new revamped news show, which is, give us a few minutes, we'll give you the tech world. And Natan Solomon will be one of our interns here doing a great job. We'll be delivering today's Techstrong recap. Right after that, though, I'm really happy that I will be joined by my buddy Mike Rothman, who's not only joining me on Techstrong TV today, but is joining us at Techstrong Group. Mike is now our Chief Strategy Officer, as well as General Manager for the Techstrong Research team. And Mike's going to tell us about why he joined, what he's going to be doing, when he'll be doing it. Let me just say, I've known Mike Rothman near 20 years now, always admired and respected, what he's done, who he is, and his stature in the community. And I am thrilled, absolutely thrilled to have him part of the team here. We're living in interesting times in tech, and I think companies need to keep, I've always said this, if you're not moving forward, you're dying. I think Mike's a huge leap forward for us here at Techstrong Group. And can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the mix. Everyone here is really excited. So great discussion with Mike Rothman. After that, the discussion I had with Chetan Mathur. Chetan is the CEO of a company called Next Pathway, and they recently put out their State of Enterprise Cloud Migration Report. They're a cloud automation company. I think you'll enjoy that one. Then going back to KubeCon, Cloud Native Con and KubeCon recently over in beautiful Valencia. My good friend Jonah Cowell, who actually lives right up the road from us here in Florida. We had to go all the way to Spain to talk. But Jonah stops in and we talked about Jaeger, which is an open source project under CNCF, and Jonah's on the maintainers there. It's a distributed tracing platform, and it really is a key part of the logs platform as well. But Jonah gives us a great insight into what it takes to maintaining a big open source project like a Jaeger, which is, by the way, huge. So good conversation with him. After that, we're going to hop over to some work we did over at the RSA conference last month. And this is a conversation I had with Boris Gorin of Canonic. And he is the CEO and co-founder of Canonic. And he's, in case you don't know, they're an organization that helps with third-party, they vet third-party integrations and add-ons, kind of in that API and third-party space. Automating it. Good conversation with Boris. Good one. Next up after that, we have part 2 of the latest Mike Jones Haunted Hacker podcast. This is part 2. We played part 1 yesterday. And again, Mike is joined by Director of Global Intelligence for Picnic Corporation, Manit. And and look, Mike, that's an amazing podcast if you're into cyber and you want to, even if you're not into cyber, it's a great podcast to listen in on. After that, we are going to be playing a recent episode of DevOps Unbound. This is DevOps Unbound, episode 29. And it's all about the software supply chain security and SBOMs. Like you haven't heard about that already today. It's a really good one. It's Mitchell and I, of course, and we're joined by Tracy Reagan of Deploy Hub, as well as the Open Source Software Foundation. Carolyn Wong, who's, one of my rock stars. I enjoyed Carolyn a whole bunch. And Stephen Hendricks. Stephen is with Linux Foundation. He's their VP of Research. And they recently did some report and research on software supply chain security. So do check that one out. Next up after that, we have 2 episodes of interviews with Charlene O'Hanlon. And Charlene in this episode is going to speak with Amish Devalta, who's the co-founder and CEO of Baffle. Baffle's an interesting company if you're unfamiliar with them. Enterprise Management Associates and Baffle recently did a using compliance budget to advance security priorities, and Mish tells Charlene all about that. After that, Charlene has Ritesh Agarwal, who's the CEO and co-founder of AirGap. And this is also from our RSA interviews. And AirGap is having a ransomware early detection solution. It kind of picks up on clues that ransomware may be coming in here and applies a kill switch, if you will. Next up after Charlene, though, we have three interviews here with Mitch. Also, I believe these are from RSA. We have Tushar Rishabhadis. He's the product marketing manager, application and cloud security for Barracuda. Used to call it Barracuda Networks, but good interview there. Then Mitchell's going to interview Seth Demasi. He's the CEO and co-founder for Configure 8, modern distributed cloud architectures. Making things move, as we all know, making things move faster, more agile, and more responsive. Seth from Configure 8 will share how he's experienced these knowledge-sharing challenges during his career and created a knowledge-sharing portal for developers, which is what Configure 8 is all about. Then Mitch speaks with Oded Haravan, co-founder and CEO of Aquilas, and this is also from our RSA conference interviews. Good stuff there. Check it out. We then have a double dose of The View with Vizard, Mike Vizard. Mike interviews Hello CEO Eli Cohen about how their $5 million in additional funding will be used to make managing microservices-based applications easier. And then Mike has an interview with Vladislav Huntyk, co-founder of Signal My Oligarch. And he explains how a mobile application is being used to enable ordinary citizens to identify assets belonging to Russian oligarchs. And look, don't we all want to be in on the, confiscating the yachts and so forth. In any event, good interview with Mike, very timely, current events. We'll wrap it up at that point. It's a great day for Techstrong TV. It's a great day for Techstrong Group. Welcome, Mike Rothman. Until then, though, here's our show.
Hi, I'm Natan Solomon. Today is July 12th, and here are the headlines. First, Twitter is laying off a third of its talent acquisition team to account for revised business needs. Twitter, like other tech companies, has been affected by the downturn in the stock market, with its shares down more than 12% since the start of the year. In May, Twitter said it would halt most hirings and backfills and pull back on other non-labor costs. Since then, several senior executives announced their exit from the company. The move also comes amidst Elon Musk's termination of his $44 billion purchase of Twitter. Tesla's CEO cited the large number of spam bots on the platform as the reason. However, the legality of the termination is still up in the air. Speaking of Elon Musk, his SpaceX satellite-based internet business, Starlink, received approval from the U.S. government to expand its service to planes, ships, automobiles, RVs, and other mobile vehicles. The move will allow SpaceX to broaden its customer base, which so far has been focused on providing $100 per month internet services to homes. The company is likely to begin providing service to commercial airlines, possibly beginning with Hawaiian Airlines. SpaceX Starlink takes a unique approach to providing internet by putting thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit. The company says this offers lower latency than traditional internet providers. It's not clear how the mobile services will be priced, but SpaceX already markets its service to businesses directly. In other news, Meta open sourced Sphere, an AI knowledge tool that will tap into the large amount of information on the internet to provide a knowledge base for AI and other systems. Sphere's first user is Wikipedia, which will use it to automatically scan entries and identify when citations are strongly or weakly supported. Currently, Sphere is based on 134 million public web pages. As a company, Meta is notorious for enabling misinformation on its social media sites like Facebook. With the launching of this new tool, Facebook attempts to fight fake news by using AI to scan and evaluate information across the internet. Next, new reports known as the Uber files show how Uber lobbied political leaders, used a kill switch to evade law enforcement, and channeled money through Bermuda and other tax havens. The International Consortium of Investigative Journalists analyzed internal Uber texts, emails, invoices, and other documents. The Uber files were initially leaked to The Guardian, which received a whopping 124,000 documents that detailed Uber's unethical and illegal activities. The investigation found that Uber used stealth technology to fend off government investigations, like a kill switch, which cut access to Uber servers and blocked authorities from grabbing evidence during raids in at least 6 countries. It also showed how the company's lobbyists pressed government officials to drop their investigations, rewrite labor and tax laws, and relax background checks on drivers. The Uber files also show how the company cut its tax bill by millions of dollars by sending profits through Bermuda and other tax havens. In other news, former Theranos executive Sunny Balwani was convicted on 12 counts of fraud. Balwani served as the second-in-command to founder Elizabeth Holmes, who was convicted on 4 counts of fraud for misleading investors. Theranos gained hundreds of millions of dollars from investors who believed in the cheaper and less painful blood testing promised by the company. Although the company thought it could revolutionize blood testing, it fell short when it could only run about a dozen blood tests, nowhere near the hundreds it promised to investors. Although the 2 different juries looked at the same set of facts in the trials of the 2 executives, Balwani received harsher punishment. Some suggest this may be due to him being a far more experienced business leader than Holmes, who was a college student when she started working at Theranos. On DevOps.com, we have an article talking about GitGuardian tightening integration with GitHub to secure secrets. The company also expanded developer onboarding options by adding an API key provisioning mechanism. With cyber criminals having increased ability to scan for and detect secrets, it's becoming even easier for them to compromise an application environment. This reality makes it even more important for teams to protect their secrets and their applications. On Security Boulevard, we have an article covering the need to upskill IT security talent. Citing a report from ISC, the article highlights the need to train talent at all levels and talks about the problems posed by the rising cybersecurity talent shortage. With an increasing demand for talented cybersecurity professionals, it's imperative that young cybersecurity workers are upskilled. Finally, on Digital CXO, we have an article talking about unsatisfactory digital experiences costing insurers members and money. For one, the article talks about a lack of visibility on members' journeys that is impacting insurers' business metrics. It also dives into the need for a mindset shift that could result in better customer experiences as well as better profit margins for insurers. And that's today's headlines.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hey, everyone. You know, as I mentioned earlier in the show today, we're really happy with some big news we announced today at Techstrong Group. This guy right here, the one, the only Mike Rothman, is now part of Techstrong Group. Hey, Mike, welcome.
Oh, my God.
Welcome, not only to Techstrong TV, but welcome.
Thank you. I could not be more excited about today's news. You know, it's really just a great opportunity to dig into some of the hottest areas in technology, right? And you know, kind of do it every day, not the, you know, every 4 or 5 weeks I would show up, we'd kibitz, we'd do our thing, and it was a lot of fun, but now it's for real, right? So
Yeah, we play for keeps.
we do, and
then,
I
yeah.
think there's just a great opportunity to really magnify the impact of Techstrong, starting from a research perspective, but also into our editorial business, our events business. I think there's really just a huge opportunity to magnify what it is that we can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let me lay some foundational stuff here
Okay.
for our audience. So first of all, for those of you not familiar with Mike Rothman, I've known Mike personally for almost 20 years. I don't want to embarrass him, but he's probably one of the most well-respected, even dare I say well-liked folks in the cyber, we never called it cyber, in the infosec security business. Mike has been telling the movers and shakers in the security world how to move and shake for as long as I know him. I've always had a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for all he's done, and it starts off with a career at Meta. He's been a CMO at several companies. He's got the T-shirts and scarves for that.
Road rash, lots of road rash.
He wrote, which early on, when the world of blogging and podcasting first started, he wrote a book called The Pragmatic CSO. Right, this is before CISO was the term of art, which I think was, it was a very well-read, widely read book, and highly influential. Mike's company then was Security Insight. He then hooked up with two other dear friends of ours, Rich Mogul and Adrian Lane, to form Securosis. And that was 12 or 15 years?
12 years, 2010.
12 years of
2010.
Securosis, redefining how the security analyst game is played. And of course, over that time, before we get into that, then founded Disrupt Ops.
We did.
Right, which was a play at DevSecOps, cloud security, guardrails for developers to develop secure software or develop software in a secure manner and keep it secure. And through all of this, Mike has, morphed and grown from just, that traditional cyber to where we are today in a world where, cloud, DevOps, cyber, cloud native, open source, this is all part of this digital transformation, mega Death Star that is ruling the world, it seems. It's the way we do, it's the new computer.
Yeah, it is.
So, and as Mike mentioned, we talk often, we have him on the show. When, we started talking about working together, I had goosebumps. And Mike joins us as I don't think you actually said it.
I didn't.
He is the GM of Techstrong Research,
Yes.
which means he owns research here. But on top of that, and I really, so Mike, when I say it, I always say GM of Techstrong Research second. Mike's Chief Strategy Officer at Techstrong Group, which means he is intimately hands-on involved, going to be hands-on involved in everything we do here.
Yeah.
So man, I'm really god-darn happy.
I am too, right? And for a lot of reasons. One, I mentioned just kind of the evolution to this new computing platform, right? Cloud native, DevOps. What we were doing at Securosis was really focused a lot on cloud security and that as the platform of the future. But that's evolving, right? And what we've seen over the last couple of years is containers really providing this way station as we get to true cloud native, right? And for me, cloud native is in the cloud, right? So now we have a number of different vernacular and terminology that is starting to come into vogue and working through that, right? But most important to me as I look at what we're going to be doing at Techstrong Research over the next, really 2-3 quarters, is really about developing our point of view, right? A set of trends that we have for where we believe the industry is going. And we are going to work with all of our clients, all of our, kind of readers and everybody in our audience and really kind of build this trend work, build this, point of view for how the evolution is going to continue on over the next couple of years.
And look, I will tell you, over the last couple of years, so Brad Feld once told me very little in tech is revolutionary, it's evolutionary. But these last couple of years, the evolution has become so fast.
Yeah. It feels a lot more like revolution. You bet.
Because, I mean, even, look, VMware, look, we got time, let's talk. So VMware got
All
sold
we have is time, brother.
So VMware got sold for $61 billion.
Yep.
Would I pay $61 billion for VMware today? I wouldn't. And I love my friends at VMware. But when we look at the numbers of what's being done on containers and cloud native versus hypervisor, $61 billion is an awful lot of money for Tanzu.
Well, it is, especially given the fact that IBM paid a what, 34 for Red Hat, and they have a lot of similar tooling on that front.
Yes, they do. Well, Red Hat has a lot more cloud native than VMware does.
Sure. So in that definition of cloud native, right? So you start looking at funny money, and what Broadcom does is they strip it down and they milk the largest 1,000 customers, and that's been their MO. They did that with Symantec, right? They've done that. NCA. They've done that with all of the companies that they've acquired from that standpoint.
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun, guys. You want to stay tuned for these. We're going to have these discussions all the time.
All the time.
But, so you really got to ask yourself, what, this is just, there's a new stack. I'm old. I'm older than you.
You are.
But in our lifetimes, Mike, we have seen several transitions, right? We saw from mini computers and mainframes to personal PCs.
Yep.
From personal PCs, then we saw the TCP stack, which kind of enabled the whole internet thing, right? From the internet thing, we then saw the cloud, 2004, something like that, 2005. The move to the cloud, right? That was sort of, for me, that was the last step before now. I think the next step is to this cloud native stack. Which can exist in the cloud, like you said, everything's in the cloud.
And then you get to the point where it's platforming, right? Where is it that I'm going to platform a lot of my compute? Where am I going to keep my data? How am I going to deliver the latency and the performative aspects of the application that I need? I mean, we're entering really a new world from the standpoint of architecture. And then we get into, of course, what's near and dear to my heart, right? Which is, how do we protect all this crap as we move it out into this environment?
Well, security is a top priority.
How do we really start to adapt a lot of the development motions, right? How do we ensure that we've got observability and instrumentation in these stacks so that we can monitor the environment and figure out what's actually happening at any given time? So it's, I mean, really, it's just such an exciting time to be in a situation. And one of the things that again, Rich and I had done is really transition the business more towards assessment and consulting, really around cloud security stuff. And I can't tell you how excited I am to get back in the business of prognostication, right? To get back in the trend watching business, the ability to, again, have a point of view and defend it, right? Because listen, everybody's going to have different opinions, and you know what? I've got my opinion. Some people are going to like it, some people aren't going to like it, and we're going to have a nice, spirited discussion about what that is.
And we invite you to be part of that discussion too, because that's also part of this, right? When I look at it as the CEO of Techstrong Group, we have this distribution channel, all of you, right? You all watch what we do, you read it, you listen to it, we see you at conferences, we listen to what's going on in the world. And not just our end user audience, but our sponsors, our vendors. We're tuned in to this world. But what we didn't have until now, Mike, was true thought leadership. I mean, Mitchell does a really nice job. I like to pontificate. But we now can marry, like chocolate and peanut butter, thought leadership with this distribution. And so I think it's going to be a fantastic thing for people who watch this. I think it's going to be a great thing for our audience, but it'll only be as good as you guys are at bringing in, making it part of it, getting your feedback and listening to it. Mike, I look forward to continuing these conversations.
As often as possible.
You know what? We're going to be launching something in the next week or two called Techstrong TV Today. We've played with it a little bit. We're going to do it right here in Studio B at Techstrong World Headquarters. If Mike's here, he'll be here. If not, he'll be on this screen behind me. But we're going to be discussing the VMware situation, the world of microservices and edge. And, to me, I haven't quite come up with the term, Mike, but the word anywhere is in it. It's about work from anywhere, compute from anywhere, do anything from anywhere. And I think that's the world we're moving to. It's a digital anywhere. And I'm looking forward to it,
this
man.
is going to be great. And most exciting is that I've had the opportunity for the last 15, 20 years to work with very close friends of mine. Yeah. And I'm able to do that now between you and Mitchell and
the rest of the team
Parker and the rest of the team here. It really is just such a gift to me to be able to work with people that I really enjoy spending time with and that I care about. So that will be reflected in our work. That much I tell you, is that the love that we have in this building, in this company, really will translate to the work we're doing for everybody that's out there.
Absolutely. Hey, man, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
I don't want to curse on TV. I am really happy to have you on here, man. That is just fantastic. Hey, special bonus at the end of this, though. A couple of friends of Mike have recorded some welcome aboards. We're going to play it at the end of this interview. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for the rest of Techstrong TV today. We'll see you soon. We're out.
Hey, Andrew Storms here, wishing Mike Rothman a big congratulations for joining the Techstrong team. Alan gave me the news. I think you're going to be doing lots of great work with them. You've certainly been a great asset to our InfoSec community, and I'll be looking forward to what you can do with Techstrong. Congrats again, man.
Mike Rothman, congratulations on joining Techstrong Group. You have been an incredible mentor and friend to me for too many years to count. And I'm so excited for both you and Techstrong Group. I like to call this like a Reese's peanut butter situation, where two amazing things come together to make something even better. Congratulations again. I know you're going to crush it. And congratulations to Techstrong for getting someone on board as amazing as Mike Rothman.
Mike, congratulations on the new role at Techstrong. I've enjoyed working with you over the last 20 years, and in particular over the last 5. As my business partner at Disrupt Ops. Good luck, and Techstrong is lucky to have you.
Hi, Mike. Congratulations on your move and welcome to Techstrong. It's so much fun to see so much of my InfoSec family all converging into one spot, and look forward to what you're going to do there.
Mike Rothman and Alan Schimmel working together at Techstrong Group. Cannot wait to see what you guys produce. Mike, years ago you gave me encouragement, a lot of encouragement when I was making a big career change. I want to do the same for you. Dude, you got a dream team set up. Cannot wait to see all the cool things you do. Congratulations and best of luck, brother.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Techstrong TV interview. I'm really happy to have a first-time guest, new company to our audience on for this segment. Let me introduce you to Chetan Mathur. Chetan is the CEO founder of Next Pathway. Hey Chetan, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Great, Alan. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
It's a pleasure to have you on. We always want to find out about companies we haven't covered before, and I live for these things, to tell you the truth. So, Chetan, let's start off with maybe give our audience a little bit of your background and how you came to found Next Pathway.
Great. Thank you, Alan. Thanks again for having me. My background is I've been an entrepreneur for 30 years. I've had the pleasure of starting and selling a few technology businesses in the past. And my most recent business and my passion is Next Pathway. Next Pathway's mission statement is that we automate the end-to-end challenges that our customers face when migrating applications to the cloud. And as you very well know, it's quite top of mind with large enterprises around the world. The pandemic has certainly accelerated the requirement of our customers to migrate their applications to the cloud.
Absolutely. Chetan, like you, I've been an entrepreneur about 30 years now. Have done several different organizations. When cloud first burst on the scene around 2005, let's say, it was sort of a lot of companies were, well, not a lot, but those companies who were moving to the cloud then were doing sort of that lift and shift and, cloud washing, if we can call it that, just taking their apps and putting it out on a cloud, whether it was private, public, or what have you. It's not 2005 anymore, though, and the whole notion of migrating to the cloud has changed. The tools available, the platforms available, are drastically more powerful, but also maybe a little more complicated than they were back then. And no one, I think people have learned that you don't just, take an on-prem app or some on-prem infrastructure and say, okay, we're going to throw it up on the cloud. You could try that, but it's just, that's not an effective path. You got to really think through what it means to move onto the cloud. How do I take advantage of all that the cloud has to offer while not losing maybe some of the functionality that was critical when it was on-prem? And so this whole notion of cloud automation has really become much more complicated.
Yeah, it sure has, Alan. And the term we like to use in our company is not lift and shift anymore. We call it lift and optimize.
Yep.
And let me just underscore that. The reason that we use the word optimize is because, as you very well know, many of these applications are 20, 30 years old in some cases, and no pointing fingers or disrespect to our customers. Some clients don't even know what's there and what's being used and by whom. And so, what we have is a technology called Crawler 360. And as the name suggests, it does precisely that. It crawls through legacy data pipelines like Informatica, DataStage, SSIS, and it shows the lineage back to source systems and through the tables and views of an enterprise data warehouse and who's using that. And in many cases, we found, just to throw out a number, an approximation number, 30% of those applications or data warehouses aren't even being used. So to indeed just pick that application up and put it up into the cloud, you're wasting money, right? And you're not rationalizing exactly what's there. So we really guide our clients and our customers to really do that crawling analysis before they undertake the migration.
Absolutely. Talk about skeletons in the closet. Because as is often the case in technology, you can't fix something till you know it's there, right? And you get some of these legacy apps and some of the tribal knowledge behind why and what was done where and when is lost by the time 5, 10, 15 years go by. And so people don't even, it's kind of like that movie Office Space. The guy who works there for 25 years, no one knows what he does. There's a lot of stuff in people's apps today where no one's really quite sure why we do it that way or what's in there behind that door, right? But it's always been there, and we don't mess with it. So the idea of using this as an opportunity to sort of clean house and kind of stabilize things is what a great idea. Of course, it's great you have a tool that does it and that kind of automates it. Is it really that easy, though? I mean, from a user's point of view?
Crawling in the analysis most certainly is. The technology that we have is quite superior and quite advanced. And it really allows us to give our customers a graphical view of data flow and lineage. So that part of it is pretty straightforward. What we do find, though, just to your point about institutional knowledge, in many cases, the long pole in the tent, Alan, is just us getting the code from our clients. Because forget about the people that wrote that code, they're long gone. And in one case, one of our clients actually didn't even have the code and they didn't have the source code. They had the binaries and it was running. And I suspect that that's probably, I don't want to say it's commonplace, but it is a situation we run into. So what we had to do there is we had to decompile the code, put it through crawler, et cetera. So just kind of getting the code organized and collected so that we could actually show what's happening in the enterprise is really, it's necessary. I believe it's paramount that we must do this. Then, of course, that then gives the client the purview into, okay, now what do I do? how should I plan my migration? Should I be moving, these applications over to the cloud? And just to finish the point, one of our really large clients, a large Midwest banking client, had given us a really good compliment, and the CIO had made a comment, and she said, thank you, Chaitin, thank you, Next Pathway, because now you've de-risked my migration for me. So the jumping into a migration without actually knowing what you're doing and knowing what you have there is, I think, one of the biggest mistakes that I see happening in industry today.
Agreed. Wow. So let me ask you, just does it make a difference what cloud you're deploying on here? Do you guys just support like one of the main three or all of them? It's kind of cloud agnostic.
Sure. Excuse me. Yeah, no, absolutely. We are cloud agnostic in our company, and we have partnered with all three, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. What I am seeing is a pattern developing, though, Alan. I'm seeing that as Microsoft has grown up in the enterprise space for over 30 years, they really have the confidence of the CISO and the CIOs there from an enterprise perspective. And we're seeing in our survey results that they are slightly leading, which was a little bit surprising to me from a market share perspective of our respondents said that they're using Microsoft above the other two.
Really?
And the use cases, yeah, it was really, really interesting data. And and what I see evolving is the fact that there seems to be trust around security. Many corporations have been running Office 365 for many years, for example, and they've gone through the whole gamut of security checks and such. And the other thing I'll say is that from large migration projects such as risk and regulatory or financial applications being moved to the cloud, those are the ones that we're seeing that are being moved to Microsoft. I still believe Amazon is very close and perhaps leading, from a market share perspective. However, we see that more from a developer, open source, a whole basket of phenomenal technologies that they make available to their end users. And then, of course, we've got our friends at Google who grew up through the analytics, AI, and ML world, who are really, really being selected by data scientists and people that are doing, heavy data analysis.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I've heard and seen is, each of the cloud, the big three, right? Each of them have their own home base, if you will, their own sweet spot. And, I read an interesting article yesterday, Chaitin, about Oracle's cloud. And, that may be the fastest growing of all of them, though they're not as big, perhaps, as the other three. But for certain, obviously, if you're hosting Oracle applications, they recommend it. But it also has its own kind of niche, if you will. What I found really interesting, Chaitin, is that companies seem willing to say, look, I want to put this on the Microsoft cloud because they do this best. But I'm going to put this on the Google cloud because they do that best. And they're okay with this kind of multi-cloud, right? Where they're not locked into any one cloud vendor.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. What I will say to that is it's in its design, its early stages, and it's aspirational. And I completely support the exactly what you said of the example of don't have vendor lock in, use best of breed, et cetera. What I am seeing though is that it's a big paradigm shift, to be cliche, to migrate to the cloud, retooling, the hiring of new talent, perhaps. And so what we're seeing right now is our customers are actually moving to a cloud, because there's a whole workflow that needs to be done, retooling of staff, et cetera. Let alone, can you imagine if you had to, hire up Amazon skills, Google skills, and Microsoft skills?
Oh, yeah.
So we're not seeing that right now, but from a
you got to walk before you run.
Exactly, very well put. And so we're seeing that the investment is being made to institute the cloud processes first. And then I think we'll see in the next few years that the clients are actually going to go and implement the multi-cloud strategy.
Excellent.
Chayton, you mentioned a few times kind of what you're hearing and seeing from clients, and I know that it's more than just kind of subjective gut, from a few conversations you've had or whatever. You guys do a pretty regular survey of, is it just your customers or the market in general? And recently did the latest version. I'd love to hear maybe some of the findings from that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so we do a survey of about 1,500 general IT executives, Alan, around North America. So it's a North America survey. And these are pretty senior folks that we go out and ask, questions like, which cloud are you using? Are you having a hybrid strategy or multi-cloud strategy, et cetera? And, we found, I think we did our first survey probably about 2 years ago. There was a lot of interest in the cloud, but people actually hadn't migrated workloads to the cloud. And I think the number was around 20% of the respondents actually had said that they had moved a workload to the cloud. Well, that number in 2 years, as you can imagine, has greatly increased. It probably doubled to about 40% of respondents have said they've moved at least one workload to the cloud. So that you can see that, all of the media that you're seeing, it's happening in practice, right? So perhaps not surprising, but it's a good validation of what we're hearing, right? From a pretty decent size pool of universe of folks that we went out to. The other thing, as I mentioned earlier, is that the cloud wars are on. There is no clear winner, right? It's neck and neck coming down to the wire. Mm-hmm. And as you very well know, these companies are trillion-dollar, multi-trillion-dollar market cap valuation companies, and they understand the importance of winning today because it's generational, right? This is consumption that is stickiness, and they know that when large customers are migrating to the cloud, to their cloud, that they're going to be generating revenue for years to come. Right, recurring revenue for years to come. And so they're using their hefty balance sheets to help the customers or entice the customers. And they're spending a lot of money, which I believe is the right thing to do. So, the finance people and all of these organizations are most certainly spot on and brilliant because they're saying, hey, listen, Mr. Customer, we'll help you to pay for the migration. Or a portion of it, or perhaps all of it, depending on the return on investment. So those are things that we're seeing, and those are some of the hesitations, possibly a couple of years ago, of the cost of doing a migration. But the cloud providers have gotten very smart and said, hey, what, we're gonna help our customers get over to our cloud.
I think there's almost like a double bonus in them doing that, because oftentimes what they do is they steer that migration business, if you will, that migration work to their key partners, right? So it's not Google or Microsoft or AWS themselves doing the migration, but oftentimes they'll bring in their gold partner, platinum partner, whatever the cool term is, or their preferred partner that helps. And in this way, they stimulate that channel. So now the channel is more likely to bring even more business into them. So I think it's money well spent, as you said, from the cloud provider's point of view, and they can kind of double that up like that.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it goes back to the old days of 30 years ago when IBM was selling big managed service contracts with their mainframes, right? And we know that those aren't going away anytime soon. And it's the analogy now of if they can get the workloads over to their own clouds, they know that they're going to be there for a long, long time.
Absolutely. Hey, Chayton, we're almost out of time, but you know what? We never even said NextPath. Is it nextpathway.com, the website?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's nextpathway.com. We're a Toronto-based company. We have offices in the U.S., in New York, and also in Pune, India. So, yeah.
Pune's a very popular place for engineering teams. Our friends at Qualys have huge facility there. Anyway, Chayton, I want to thank you for coming on Techstrong TV and enlightening us a little bit about Next Pathway. Invite you back anytime you have maybe next survey that comes out, we can dive into it, and keep up the great work.
Great. Thanks, Alan. Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure speaking with you today.
My pleasure. Chayton Mather, CEO, founder of Next Pathway at nextpathway.com. Check them out. automating cloud migrations, enterprises. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We'll be right back.
This is Digital Anarchist.
All right. Hey, everyone. Back here live at Cloud Native Con, KubeCon, at beautiful Valencia. I'm really happy to have a real live presenter at this year's KubeCon. If you've watched Techstrong TV, he's not a stranger to you. It's my friend Jonah Cowell. Jonah is CTO of Logs. That's logs.io if you're looking, got the URL in. Check. And yes, we should mention it's Logs with a Z, in case my funny French accent messes it up. LOGZ.io. Anyway, though, Jonah's a unique personality. He's former Gartner analyst. He's been actually CTO with a few vendors now.
Yeah.
And he's also like a real expert in open source, and he spoke here. Actually, I'm not going to tell your story. You tell your story. Jonah, tell them. What did you talk about? What did you do?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on, first of all.
Always a pleasure.
Great. I was telling Alan I'd rather just hang out and talk with him than be interviewed, but we'll do this too.
Someone's got to pay the bills here, Jonah. So what are we going to do?
Yeah, I actually gave the maintainer talk for Jaeger. So I'm one of the core project, people that work on the project,
managing it, yep.
Commit code, that work on what we're doing on the Jaeger project. So I gave basically the update of what Jaeger is, how you use it, and then got into some of the new features that we've launched since the last KubeCon, and also where the project is going in terms of the roadmap and direction and vision. So yeah.
Look, we can't recreate your whole talk here. Or we can, but other people would be upset. But, for our audience who may be not familiar with people who don't know Jaeger, how would you describe it to them?
Yeah, so Jaeger is a distributed tracing open source project that was created at Uber, and then it was donated to the CNCF. It's one of a small number of graduated projects.
Very small.
Yeah.
It's kind of exclusive. I think less than a half dozen, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be around 6, 8, something like that. Projects, obviously Kubernetes, Prometheus.
Yes.
And then Jaeger is one of the other core pieces around observability.
Absolutely. So. And of course, tracing has become, it's funny, I didn't know what tracing was, I'm going to say 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? But it's really kind of risen to the forefront of, in terms of, people's attention. And it is, observability has driven a lot of that, but it's such a great tool, not just Jaeger, but tracing in general. Such a great technology that unlocks so many things. A lot of people don't understand, Jonah, the inner workings of how these open source projects work.
Sure.
Especially like with the CNCF, it's foundational.
Yeah.
It's very community driven. So when you say you're a maintainer, right, they know, look, someone founded an open source, it used to be. Like for instance, I just had a couple minutes before you, Tony De La Fuente, he's the founder of Prowler, right, an open source security tool. Basically, well, he's now with Verica, but prior to that, he was Prowler, right? It was really a one-man show. A lot of open source tools were like that. There was the guy behind the black curtain pulling the levers.
Yeah, definitely.
And you had the big wizard, but it was a one-man thing. The CNCF, it's a different model.
It is and it isn't. It's actually
maybe there is still a little man behind
Jaeger
the
was actually created by Yuri when he was at Uber, and he's still involved in the project. He also wrote the first distributed tracing book. That's the O'Reilly book. It's a great book to read that's foundational around what it is.
But how many maintainers are there?
We have about 6 right now on Jaeger, most of which are Like Red Hat is probably the biggest company behind it because they embedded in OpenShift.
Yep.
We have several people that work on it. And then there's like Yuri's actually at Meta right now, Facebook.
Right.
And then we have one person at Grafana Labs that also, works on it a bit as well. But it's all, anyone can get involved, and becoming a maintainer is just that you're basically doing regular contributions of code and helping the project. And then at some point you're asked whether you want to work on builds or some of the other things that make the project function. You want to do releases every couple months and like help share the burden with other people. And then they'll basically vote you in as a maintainer essentially. And then you have a say on when there's something contentious, you actually have a vote, and but most people agree though.
Things.
But most people agree in most projects. So
I mean, I don't want to give a false sense to people. You're right. I bet you 90% of the time everyone agrees.
Yeah.
There is the other 10%.
Yeah.
Right? And quite frankly, that 10% is a noisy 10%.
Sure.
Right? Where, Red Hat's a really big company and they're trying to chart the course or something. Yeah, it happens, but it happens a lot less frequently in this model than it did in what I call Big Brother open source, right? Where you had just one.
Yeah. And you really most of these people are real engineers that just want what's best for the technology.
Yep.
And they don't really think about their company directly, but they do work on things that their company wants. Like Red Hat loves operators. It's critical to OpenShift. They did a lot of work on the operator for Jaeger so that it was, super robust.
But it's transparent.
Yeah.
It's transparent, and that's the key, right? I don't think anyone begrudges a company making a profit.
Sure.
Or doing something that perhaps is in their self-interest.
Yep.
As long as you're transparent. Don't sneaky, be sneaky about it. Here's another thing though too, and it's the flip side of that, Jonah. Maintaining an open source project like Jaeger, it's not easy. It's a lot of work. There's work involved. You're 6 people.
Yeah.
You might find the rare individual who's willing to do that, quote unquote, for free as a side gig.
Sure.
But the fact that we can have companies like Logs or Grafana or Red Hat or, Meta that are paying folks to do this as part of their job. So it's almost like, what made the British Empire great? Their civil service.
Yeah.
They had professional civil service.
Yes.
No matter whether you were in India or South Africa or anywhere in what today we call Commonwealth, that British civil service was the backbone of how everything functioned, government.
Yep.
Having, I think, professional, not that you're a professional maintainer, but having a professional class of maintainers.
Red Hat is one of the only companies that actually has full-time people that only work on open source.
Are maintainers.
Whereas all the rest of us, we got jobs. We have day jobs too.
Yeah, we have day jobs.
And they appreciate that we work on open source because it's important to our companies, it's important to us personally, and we go out of our way to do those things. But I do think that the thing that Red Hat does is becoming more and more rare because
it's hard.
And it's expensive.
It's expensive.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
it's not easy.
Who is Linkerd?
Yeah.
Another very popular. I don't think it's graduated, Linkerd.
I don't think so.
But it's a very popular, one of the most popular CNCF projects here.
Sure.
The company, and I'm drawing a blank now on the company where the originators of the project.
Yeah, I don't know that.
And they of course have sort of a pro version or, an enterprise project of Linkerd.
Sure.
I'm trying to think of the name and I can't. I apologize. Anyway, they do. They pay, because I think they have 2 maintainers on that one.
Yeah.
That's all those people do is maintainers.
That's good.
I mean, in practice, it sounds like a great model, but it's certainly far superior to the, by day I'm a system admin and by night I'm an open source superstar, right?
Yeah. We don't really have, I think we have one Uber maintainer who's not basically at a vendor, so to speak.
Oh, really?
That's, that's still there, but it would be great to have more user, major, they do contributions, but they don't really maintain.
No.
So,
well, even, look, I remember, and I've been involved in open source for a long time. It was something like 99% of open source projects have under 200 contributors.
Yeah. Sure.
Right? I don't care how many millions of users or downloads you have. The contributor base is always really small. And that's okay. I mean, that's kind of how the model has evolved, where even if you look at like people who pay, for an open, like get the paid version of an open source product.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can do better than 3.5%, you've got a great commercial company.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
4% is a good number.
Yeah.
So that's 96% who don't pay.
Yeah.
And that's, that's the ratio, and that's kind of what it makes this whole thing we see around us go round.
Definitely.
Right? So that's where it is. Let's talk Jaeger. So new features, new functionality you guys announced?
Yeah, like the most interesting one is probably, and it's a feature that all the users ask for, is you've heard of APM. So when you said I hadn't heard of tracing since the last 3-4 years, it used to be called APM, and it's been going on for
forever,
20 years.
Right, exactly.
And it's the same fundamental technology of tracing.
Yes, it is.
The difference now is that distributed tracing is a lot more lightweight, and APM combines metrics and often profiling, which is something that's coming in open telemetry. That's the next signal.
Yep.
You've heard of logs, metrics, and tracing.
Yep.
The next one will probably be profiling.
Okay.
And that's part of what APM does. It actually does all of these things.
So we're kind of recreating a wheel is what you're telling me?
But we're doing it in a much less proprietary, much more open way than the way that it was done.
And hopefully that'll lead to higher scalability, more availability.
Developer control over exactly what happens when they instrument their code. And that's really what open telemetry is enabling. And in Jaeger, we used to have our own SDKs and instrumentation. We've now sunsetted that for open telemetry. That was relatively recent.
So what we're seeing is Jaeger just working much more closely with open telemetry for what they do well.
Yeah, the open telemetry collector was actually a fork of the Jaeger collector.
Really? Oh,
and
I
now
didn't know
we're
that.
actually bringing it back into Jaeger.
That's very
in
cool.
a different way. But that's actually how the collector started. And so it's all interrelated. But we've been moving Jaeger more towards APM. So we've integrated Prometheus with Jaeger, and now we can actually calculate metrics on the traces, store them in Prometheus, and then you can start to use it operationally. Oh, is my service slowing down? Is the error rate going up? These are metrics. And now in Jaeger, you have a UI for that and integration. So we're making Jaeger
you just nailed
better.
my next question.
Yeah.
Which is, so how does this play into logs, right? And now we see, right, with the Prometheus and open telemetry integrations, the APIs, and all of this. Now if you're logs.io or logs, and you have this as your base, put your really nice, intuitive UI on top of it with some, support and help features, you got yourself a product.
We also keep the open source UI, so even though we do have a bunch of analytics that we do on the data, you still have access to Kibana or OpenSearch dashboards, Jaeger UI, and Grafana, which is the de facto way of analyzing
all of it in there.
Yeah, so it's all together and packaged and scalable. And
cool.
And we abstract that from users, because if you had to run all that stuff, you'd probably need a few people just to set it up and keep it running and scale it.
And that is, so you just hit the word there, it's a scale issue too, right? You could do, I was talking to someone earlier, right? And they said something like, look, if you've got 2 or 3 Kubernetes clusters, you got 12 people, 2 of which are really the cloud experts. You can do 12 different open source tools and manage each one of them. individually.
Yep.
But when you want to scale, you've got to bring that together into something that allows you to see across. So
Definitely.
it's interesting. Logs news. Anything new with logs?
Yeah, I mean, aside from observability, we also do security, and we've got a really interesting SIM that we're seeing a huge amount of interest in. Because once again, back to the scale issue, SIM is great when it works, but scaling SIM can be expensive and difficult. And
Amen.
That's what we're good at doing. So we just scale the back end. And
yep.
Yeah.
And so in my time in security over the last 25 years, SIM never worked. I'll be honest with you. It was a great idea.
Yeah.
Billions have been spent on implementing it. Very few organizations were able to point and say, it really worked well for us. At best, it was okay. Anyway, we've got people waiting. Jonah, I want to thank you for coming in, man. I'll see you back in Florida.
Yes.
If you ever want any diving tips, by the way, for Florida diving, here's your man. He's an expert. You can write him Jonah Diving. No, I'm only kidding. We'll be in touch. We'll see you soon, man.
Always. Thanks a lot.
Jonah Cowles, CTO of Logs.io, that's with a Z, as well as the maintainer of the Jaeger project. We're going to take a break. We have next guest getting mic'd up, and we'll be here in a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here continuing our coverage here at RSA Conference. It's afternoon already. After lunch, people are filing in for the afternoon sessions. We are in the Moscone West Hall at Broadcast Alley, and we've been live all day. We're continuing our live coverage in day 3. Our guest right now is Boris Gorin, who's the CEO, co-founder of Kinetic Security.
That's right.
Did I get it right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Boris, welcome. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, Boris, let's get some things straight, first of all. How do you spell Kinetic?
That's Canonic. C-A-Nonic.
C-A-N-O-I-N-C.
Yes.
I-N-C. Kinetic Security. And the website is canonicsecurity.com?
Yeah, or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Excellent. All right. We got that out of the way. Next, what is it you guys do?
So Canonics helps organizations quickly vet new third-party integrations and add-ons that they connect to their IT-approved platforms, such as Google Workspace, Salesforce, and so on and so forth.
And you're one of the co-founders in addition to being CEO. I always like to ask the founders, what was the aha moment that you said, you know what, we need to do a company around this?
Right. So I've been working on SaaS security over the last decade, basically. First, as on the Defender side, managing security for a large enterprise. And then on the vendor side, we built the CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker, that was later acquired by Proofpoint. So I've actually been talking about third-party apps and integrations since 2012 or so. And coincidentally, when I met my co-founder, Niv, he was actually one of the guys that wrote the first RFC for Oath, which is the protocol that fuels third-party apps.
Sure.
So match made in heaven. So I think one of the moments where it kind of dawned on us is that, if you look at SaaS platforms today, all of them have hundreds, if not thousands, of add-ons and integrations, and all these ecosystems that work on top of them. They're basically fueling the economy. Like, look at Atlassian, 30% of their revenue is coming out of their marketplace and add-ons and integration. Sure. So it's kind of a setup that works for everyone. It works for the platform builders. It works for developers who benefit from building extensions. It works for customers who use all these extensions. And then, all these small extensions, they don't have the security and the certifications and the budgets and the teams that all the major platforms have. So, it's security always follows technology, right? Like there's a trend, there's new adoption, and then security has to follow. So it was kind of obvious that, this is going to expand and someone has to secure it. And interestingly enough, like we were one of the first startups that started in that category. And a few months later, there were like 4 other startups.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, it makes for competition, but it also validates that there's a market, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And competition is healthy, right? Yeah. If there was no competition, like you'd be just behind the market, right?
So that's a good thing. All right, so let's talk about how this works. How does it actually work to do this?
Right. Yeah. So if you think about it, like what happens with organizations today is like you have someone wants to connect an add-on to their Google Workspace or Salesforce, and then typically go through like a vendor security assessment process. And what organizations are doing today is they have like Excel spreadsheets and someone has to like submit a new app for an assessment or a new vendor for an assessment through like a Jira ticket. And then there are like Excel spreadsheets with risk scores and calculations. There's manual process that goes for like a month maybe. And then the poor guy on the IT side, like he forgot he even submitted the app by the time he gets the approval. So what we're doing is we've actually created a service called apptotal.io, which is like VirusTotal for apps. So anyone could go in and throw an app at it, and it's going to analyze that app, okay, within our sandbox, okay? So this basically what it does is it creates a SaaS environment. It connects that new app onto that SaaS environment. It assesses that application, and then it spits out a verdict like, is this risky or not, and why? And so this like security engineer who we would spend like a month to get this
trying to do it, and now you get it done as a service.
Piecing that information puzzle together, it's getting that automatically done in a few minutes. So that's amazing because like organizations can adopt new vendors and new technologies
much faster.
Quick. Yeah, much faster. When the time, like as a startup, the moment you realize you have this market fit is when someone who's been doing this manual process is looking at your product and they're so amazed, like they're not even listening to that pitch. They're looking at what you're doing and they're
saying,
like,
"Why didn't I see this before?"
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're seeing right now, and
I want to make clear for the audience, this isn't necessarily if you're a company who develops an app and you're going to run it there, that's fine. You could do that, obviously.
Yeah.
But any of the apps that you're running from other people, third-party apps, and we live in a SaaS ops world, SaaSy, whatever you want to call it. We're all doing these apps. We could put all of these third-party apps there and get validation, right? Especially, we talk about things like supply chain and stuff like this. This is a great solution in that.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, even think about your personal life. Like you have your Gmail or something. And then anytime you would connect with Google to any website out there, you will get this pop-up that says, hey, some app wants to have access to your account.
And we all almost knee-jerk. Just say, okay.
That's right. And if you look at the list of apps in your Google account, you probably discover like tens of them you never remember.
That you don't even know how they got there.
Some of them are companies that don't even longer exist.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and so like multiply that by the number of employees in every organization, and then that's just Google. Like we just have dozens of these platforms, and how do you manage that from the moment you vet these apps to controlling these apps to revoking access? Like we discovered that 60% of the integrations in an average enterprise haven't been used over the last 60 days. No one ever looks into that.
No.
Yeah, and
I would imagine. Well, you saying it, I'm sure it's true, but I would agree also it's true. I mean, because there are a lot of times I may use an app one time and decide I don't like it, or I don't use it because I had a specific thing to do. I put it on. Who goes back there and shuts it off? No one.
Yeah, totally. And we do this like we automatically streamline the end user and recertifications. That basically means like an end user gets a message in Slack or over email that says, hey, like we see that you haven't used this app for 60 days.
Right.
And then they have one.
That's great.
Yeah, and then they have one of three options like
delete it. keep it.
That's
change
right.
it.
I need the access. I'm
Right.
using it. I don't remember installing it, and no, I don't use it.
Right.
We
You get
see
rid
that
of it.
we see that most of the end users say, "I don't remember installing that."
And that, well, it's a whole nother can of worms altogether, actually. So let's talk about distribution. How do you charge for this? How does one get it?
Yeah. So there's a few, it's a tiered approach basically. So anyone can use apptotal.io. It's a community version, it's a freemium version, just like VirusTotal. And we have thousands of security engineers that are using it on a daily basis, just assessing apps. So if you're just looking into like one app here and there, it's a community offering and it has most of the data. The commercial version of that, so it basically breaks down to 3 tiers. The first one is app vetting and risk management. So that helps you assess new apps before connecting them to your environment. The second one provides access intelligence and vulnerability insights. So basically, it looks into your environment and looks and identifies who are the users who connected all these apps, what are they doing with them, identifies weaknesses, and helps you do that end user recertification process. And the last one is threat detection and response. So that's basically continuously monitoring all these apps, API activities, like detecting suspicious API activities, out of policy API activities. Okay, so the enterprise product is basically the one that includes all these 3 capabilities. And it's per user, per year pricing.
And so that's aimed at enterprise per user per year.
That's right.
Free for individuals. And I want you to make that clear.
Yeah.
Anybody could just go in, register, and start using free.
Yeah, anyone can go in apptotal.io.
I love it.
Register and
I mean, it seems simple. So, look, I've been in business a long time, 30 years. Every once in a while, you hear a company or story like this, and you say, why didn't anyone think of this before?
That's
I
right.
mean, this isn't, right? It's so obvious when you explained it.
That's
but
right.
Now it took them now to do. So
that's right.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear more stuff about it. Keep us posted.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Boris.
Thanks.
All right. We're here live at RSA. You know what? Just before I sign off, because maybe someone didn't listen in the beginning to the website.
Yeah.
But now that they hear it's about, they're saying, oh, I want to do this.
That's right.
What's the website again? Look into that camera and tell them.
Apptotal.io.
Apptotal.io.
Yeah. Or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, we're going to be back with our next guest here in just a moment.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
So red team engagements. There's a couple that I've done that really are the highlight of my career. What would you say would be your red team engagement that was the highlight of your red team lead career?
I don't know. All right, I'll share one. It's not the highlight, but it's one I can share, right? And it was. I had my target, did profiling, so understanding the systems, what assets a user was using, used a third-party vendor to send a marketing campaign. So those of you listening, there's so many vendors out there right now who allow you to generate a marketing campaign and send some information. Use that to bypass mail filters to understand what they were running when I got my profile back. Then from there, created my malware, created what email template I was going to use, sent that campaign, and this was specific to one user. So talking about social engineering, this is where I think my strength is targeting that one individual with information, which I know 100% they're going to click, right? And they did. Malware, I can probably disclose now, XL4. You guys have seen XL4 malware. Change the language. That would be a good to bypass what they're doing. Change their language, and yeah, you can bypass it, compromise the asset, and then went into their emails and started searching because they're going to leave stuff everywhere, right? Emails. Then I found credentials in there to log into an app. From that app, then I laterally moved, got into the crown jewels, and then it was kind of game over. Objective achieved. Didn't need to download any hashes. But yeah, that was like a red team engagement. Another one which I can share pen test wise, this was physically on site. Some of the on-site ones have a physical social engineering, which we can go into. But this pen test one was a managed service provider. And the way that I got in is they had their printer with default credentials. So we were able to scan their CEDA ports open on the network from the printer, downloaded the address book. So then had a list of users that I could try a password spray. So for those who don't know, password spray is you pick out the key name of the company and maybe put like a 1 or a 2 at the end and just spray that across all the users that you have access to. This way you're not locking anyone out. So did the password spray, got access to an account, then compromised the asset from the asset. And this you'll find this all the time. People leave credentials, sessions on different assets, right? Yep. So once an admin logs into your laptop, that session is stored there. So if an attacker ever compromise that laptop, they can download those credentials out of that. So that's what I did, downloaded that, found a service account. From that service account, pivoted, laterally moved, and then gained domain admin.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, one of the coolest pen tests I've done was actually recently, and it was really highly centered on social engineering. I did one with Tony Sales and We Fight Fraud for an identity company. And I can't go into too much detail because I don't know if they've released it or not, but it had a lot to do with the way banks authorize accounts and how you had the process of actually setting up an account. And one of the things that we realized was it doesn't matter what the voice is saying in the video, because over in the UK, some of the banks require you to send a video. Hi, my name is blah, 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 and I want an account with whatever bank. And we were able to deep fake some of that stuff. So it was a whole lot of fun. And I don't know if you know Tony, but Tony's a great guy. And when it comes to social engineering, that guy's a genius. But I enjoyed learning from him. That was the first time that we looked at, or that I personally looked at, using deep fakes in an engagement. So it worked out pretty well.
It's definitely something I want to add to my arsenal at some point. However, and maybe you have the answer to this, what is the remediation action? So if I deep fake someone to gain access and the client's like, oh my God, you got in, like, now what do I do? Right. I'm always like thinking of what remediation actions am I going to put forward to them. So in this sense, what would you do?
So yeah, the mitigation techniques are really fairly simple, right? So the technology that some of these places use is they're looking for one certain key parameter in that video or that conversation, whether it be the voice or whether it be the actual, the person's image. But if you can deep fake that, and there's open source tools like Deepface that you can download from GitHub that enables you to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, the control measures would be, instead of looking for one parameter, maybe make it multiple parameters. And also, doing remote setup of bank accounts, right? Not only were we able to fool the system, but they actually issued a card. So it's like, at what point do they actually go back and watch the videos and really scrutinize that data? Or are they just looking for, oh, we have a video, check mark. Who cares what's in a video, but they send a video. And I don't know what those control measures are because I'm not in that bank, but more than likely, to me, it seems like it's either just one parameter or they're just not looking at all. In either case, it's wrong.
And well, one of the ways too, can you use like a third party, something like over here we have like, I don't know if it's in the UK, but ID.me, where you have to like submit, video, but like every single time you have to put your ID up there. So, I mean, there's still ways around that, but at least if a third party is doing it, they're going to use more parameters on that than just something else.
Well,
but
we did a little bit more than just the deep fake, right? So we also had credentials and documents that were spoofed and created that looked very legit. So even if they would have said, hey, we need to see documents, ID, we had those. We even had passports. I think one of the guys even had the border control uniform that they wear in the UK. Yeah, it was legit too. It was pretty cool. So I mean, yeah, there are ways to get around it. You're not going to run into people like Tony Sales as a company every day, and if you do, you're in trouble. So yeah, social engineering is a lot of fun.
I definitely think you're going to see more of those, though. Deep fakes coming out now. Social engineering, as we've said, like it's on the rise.
Yeah, for sure. And deep fakes, I think, is making a rise just because of the fact that in Asia, they've moved to biometric and face identification and stuff like that. So it's becoming more prevalent in the world. However, here in the US, we have not. You open a bank account here and there is no remote, let me send a video. You have to actually go in to finalize it or they call you. But they're like some of the smaller banks, like NetSpend, for instance, or some of the smaller organizations in the UK don't have the staff or the money to actually create like a huge security department. And a lot of them are fly by night. They want to get in quick, make a lot of money, and then shut the business down. So other than social engineering, what would you say is one of your most valued parts of your career right now? What do you find the most fulfillment out of all the principles that you work with?
I think red teaming, especially like before, and some engagements might not have social engineering, and they're termed assume breach because you're assuming that they're going to be compromised through phishing or social engineering. So it's like, I don't want to spend a week doing that. Let me just go in the network. So it's actually understanding AD, Active Directory, Windows systems, and how to laterally move between them, what misconfigurations there could be. A common one is databases. So, you can laterally move. So companies have segmentation between their networks, and they're like, hey, this network is isolated from this one. They both have databases on them. The databases communicate, and you can laterally move through the database layer. So it's things like that, which I really enjoy. When I'm not social engineering, it's like breaking apart enterprise environments.
Oh, yeah, for sure. One of the things that I love doing when I first got into pen testing is VLAN hopping. A lot of companies think if we segment different parts of the network out with the VLAN, we're secure. But with that VLAN ID tag and the VLAN admin ID tag and, packet sniffer, I can jump from VLAN to VLAN all day long. And a lot of people say, oh, we've completely physically separated our networks and they don't talk to each other. Yes, but I'm sure your cell phone communicates to all of them.
Yeah.
So that's why.
I'm like, do you have Bluetooth, Wi-Fi? I mean, what? I literally had this conversation with a friend of mine who works at a church, and she told me some scary things, and she's like, oh, well, like and I was like, she's like, don't start. And I was like, but I have to. And I'm like, she's like, well, they're not the same systems. And I'm like, do you have Bluetooth? Do you have Wi-Fi? Like, I'm like, you don't understand how easy it is now. Like, anyway.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, even so the way that how do they administer the two networks? Have they got two different admins sitting with like isolated devices in that zone? No, they're going to have a management console which looks at all of these things. So as an attacker, I'd be like, right, how do they jump between this to administer legitimate functions on these networks? Let me pop that and then move laterally.
Yeah, I think the most successful pen test I've ever done, I went out to California to a clothing company, international clothing company, and did a pen test. And they gave me a couple stores, local stores, to go into and test them as well. And what I found was their cash registers and point of sale machines ran on Windows XP. So I locked that away in the back of my head, and I went back to their headquarters and ran through their internal network. We got domain admin in like less than 15 minutes. And with that, I was able to see all the point of sale machines across the world. And wouldn't you know it, all of them were based on XP. So I had gigs and gigs of credit card numbers and purchases. And the problem with that is that with technology, with a lot of large companies, a lot of merchants, they can't afford to dump a ton of money into updating technology because of the fact that they're spending so much money on production and storefronts. So a lot of them have these out-of-date point of sale systems. And another one that I ran into that was really interesting about point of sale was there was a time when I was not such a great guy and went around smashing security cameras, was able to break into thousands of security cameras and controlled them for probably about a year. And you'd be surprised how many bars, restaurants, companies that would have their surveillance camera focused on their point of sale machine. So all I had to do was sit there and watch the security camera from home and just keep writing down credit card numbers. It's things like that. They try to make their jobs easy and they sacrifice security in order to make it convenient. And that's always been the issue.
Triangle, right?
Well, I'm going to give a different opinion. There is that, but one of the other things is we have not properly informed the smaller businesses as much to how easy this is. We are not doing our job well enough. We are focused on enterprise can fix it. And even in enterprise companies, we know that there might be one red teamer if they're lucky. We understand even an enterprise who has lots and lots of money, they barely do this. Okay. So you're talking about a mom and pop shop or a small bar, and like me talking to my friend, she's like, don't get started. I'm like, but it's easy things. Let me, we have to do a better job as a society and as people in this community to kind of help translate that and carry it over, because it isn't necessarily, your point of sale stinks, but hey, can we make sure the little simple things, are you changing your passwords often, or doing these little things that you can do? And I think that's one thing that we definitely need to work on. So
yeah, for sure.
I completely agree. It's a good segue into what do SMBs do, small, medium businesses and individuals, what do they do? There's all this enterprise security, and if they're getting popped, these guys have no chance. If you think about the influencers now who are getting hacked for their accounts, they might be churning 10 to 100K a month. So as an attacker, if I've got financial motivation, I don't want to go to an enterprise or hack Swift or hack a bank. I'm going to go to an influencer who's earning this, who's driving Ferraris or whatever it may be,
right?
Because that's going to be my easy target. What do they do? And I'm interested to hear your guys' opinions, because I've been saying this a while on Clubhouse. What do they do? Is there someone that's going to build a service to help these people? And are they going to listen? Because one of the key things I see is these people, you can hammer it home, you need security, but if it's not bringing in money through their door, they don't want to pay for it. Like insurance. If they didn't have to pay for insurance, they wouldn't pay for it.
Yeah, I'll give you my take on that. And I do think it's getting better, not from an influencer standpoint, but last year, Pelion Security and a good friend of mine brought me into the super yachting world, which security is a new thing for them. And here we are with $1 billion super yachts going into international waters, making billions of dollars worth of transactions in open sea with Wi-Fi, with Bluetooth. Half of the control systems are connected to, the ship's maintenance or whatever. I mean, there's all kinds of vulnerabilities, but I think people are starting to wake up a little bit. But those high money industries and high earners like the influencers, I think the hesitation is am I going to have to change the way I do business? And am I going to have to spend money to protect the money that I'm making? And influencers, a lot of them, especially social media influencers, are all about the money. And I think that anything that comes with a price tag is going to be a hard sell for them. But I totally agree. I think that influencers and individuals, like high value individuals, really need to stop and think, what is, a couple $100 or a couple grand every quarter to sit down with a pen tester or a red teamer or someone who's knowledgeable and well known to help guide me through what I'm doing and check my operations and say, hey, look, you might want to do this differently. Or why not hire that person? Why doesn't the influencer just hire a security person, like a red teamer or whatever? Bring them on and say, hey, look, I do influencing, I do videos, I like to spend money. I don't want to worry about this shit. So why don't you do that for me? And we haven't seen that
managed service.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're putting the concept out there right now. Are you starting a business in this? Let me know.
Let's do it.
One of the things that I'm doing currently is I'm building a prison bus that's going to be a security operations center from the inside. And I want to take it around because I feel like we always talk into a vacuum. Like the influencers aren't necessarily listening to cybersecurity podcasts, right? They're doing their own damn thing, which is great. Like, hey, hurrah, like that's awesome. But until we can get in front of people, and I want to like make sure, like I want to take it to elementary schools and show them simple things, and then a middle school and let them do, and then maybe take it to a high school and let Mike hack into some stuff and like show both the teachers and the parents and the students, like, hey, this is how easy it is from a bus that I built myself, right? Like, so I want you to see, like that way when you see it in person and like right there, like that's one of those things. But I also want to get out there, like talking to everybody about it. Like I said, when I go to a dinner or bar or whatever, I'm like, I was at a bar the other day and these guys walked in, they did website design on the side. And I said, you know what you can do for me? I said, help me save the world. I said, I want you to do one simple thing. I'm not asking anything from you. I said, I want you to start talking cybersecurity, simple things with your customers, give them a value add for free. Say, look, I want you to start changing your passwords more often. That one simple thing can help save you from potentially being hacked. This is part of all of us. This is something that we can all do. And it sometimes, yes, we have so many people that have free resources. We don't have we'll call it ethics, right? Like we're not teaching moral guidelines, right? So the parents aren't like necessarily paying attention. They find this really cool stuff. I want to break into it. There's all these kids that are not getting guided and they're not being aware. So they're going to break into 100 small and pop your mom and pop shops. They're not necessarily going after the banks, but if they get away with it enough, they're going to. Like, how do we prevent this? So I'm going to physically go out there and like drive around the freaking country once I'm done. And that's what I want to do. Like, I mean, I want to go to the rural side, countrysides, because those people get bored if they have internet. Like, how do we get them into it on a safe side? Inner city, get them. Gangs are going and targeting children. Let's make sure they know that. Like the parents know that. We have to be more proactive, and talking into a vacuum to me isn't working.
Well, as an industry, we do a lot of speaking engagements to ourselves.
Yep.
I try to encourage, public speakers in cybersecurity, don't focus on cybersecurity industry. Go speak to the police department, go speak to a teacher conference, go to a school, because those are the people that need it. We know what you're talking about.
Right.
Share it with somebody who can actually use it and protect themselves.
That is really insightful. That is really good.
But this is the hurdle right here. It's the money.
Yep.
Because they would rather make the money on going to a school and saying, hey, I'm cybersecurity, I'm an influencer, let me test your shit. And here's what it costs. I'm totally against that. If I go to law enforcement or schools, and even my talks that I give to law enforcement schools are free. I don't charge for that. And we shouldn't. But I think as an industry, there's a lot of places that we could be better. We could do better. And
I will say that I do think that like Hollywood is trying. I do see that in, current shows, like I'll watch stuff like a stream or whatever. And, I have a couple of friends that'll recommend shows and I'll see like oh, they're showing a breach online. Like, granted, it's like next thing you know, like there's the FBI in the hospital and you're like, we know that's not like legit, but then you have the news talking about it more. They're talking about swatting. Netflix has got, like I just saw, like I don't normally watch Netflix, but I have it where I'm at right now. And so, but yeah, they're talking about all the different things that are happening. So people are trying, but are they tuning in? Are we doing a good job getting them to like look at that stuff? Again, if we're in front of people, people don't believe it until they see it.
Yeah. So man, what is your passion in cybersecurity? Is it the technical side? Is it people? Is it helping people?
You have to have that balance.
Yeah.
Now, you have to have that balance. So that, I wouldn't have started Clubhouse and I wouldn't have started the YouTube series if I didn't have the communication aspect. And just like yourself, I'm not at, the schools and stuff, but I speak at universities, central banking. I do like sharing my knowledge. That's one of my key passions, is not just sitting in a silo with all this technical knowledge, but how do you share that with the world? And exactly what Kim was saying, like we're trying to make a difference. And this is exactly what I'm trying to do. And my passion is getting as much knowledge across in as many ways as I can while still remaining sane, because I'm still technical. I'm still I'm director of a team at the moment, working on social engineering, still trying to keep technical, but also how do we monetize that and give value to people and enterprises. And then on the side is all the content stuff you see, which I give out for free. Same with Clubhouse, like people joining in the industry, giving them knowledge to skill up, because there is a skills gap. And I don't want them to feel, especially in cybersecurity, and I don't think it gets said enough, that you can have burnout so quickly because there's so much information, there's so many courses, so much competition or expectation to learn as much as you can, that people don't take a step back and say, right, let me just enjoy time with my family. And that's why things like I've done things like Clubhouse to say, there is a balance, and sharing that information and showing that the industry is not just here sitting at a computer. And this is where the communication comes in. So going back to your question, it comes to communication, the technical knowledge, and just sharing value.
Yeah, I feel like giving back is the only way to keep what we have. I come from a mindset of, in order to better myself and maintain what I have to give it away, because the more I give it away, the more it refreshes my mind and I retain that information and it helps somebody else. And I realized we have crossed paths on Tom Ryan's Clubhouse. I spoke on that Clubhouse meeting.
There you go.
Yeah. So we have crossed paths. So giving back is a big thing for me, but also just helping people out. Giving back to community, giving people chances and breaks, I think is really important. But
I've got a question for you, right?
Sure.
How did you go from like your malicious intents to turning into the good side?
It was influenced highly by facing a number of years in prison. And so I decided to be an informant for the FBI for a while so that I could clear that debt, which I thought I did. And then I ended up in the UK, where the US revoked my passport, and I started giving back there and giving, talks and reaching out to people and helping kids there. And I still do it. I'm still very active with the National Crime Agency and probation over in the UK, helping mentor, former offenders. But to me, that is fulfillment on my side, right? That is for me. That part is strictly for me. Because giving to them and helping them makes me feel better about myself, as well as makes everything worth it to see somebody else succeed. And I think that's a true definition of success. At some point in my life, I quit measuring my success based on what I've done, and I started measuring on what I've enabled other people to do and what I've helped other people do. And I think that is really the true meaning of success. And I think if more people realize that our industry would be a totally different place to be.
That is inspirational. You should clip that, put some captions around it. Man, that is awesome. I would love to get to a place where I could devote a lot more time into judging success and giving back. in that way. The biggest challenge I face at the moment is trying to do it all. Trying to be technical, trying to lead the team, trying to remain relevant in the industry, because again, like, technology is changing. So being able to upskill and learn new things, being able to do that, and then doing the content. I'm like battling between all these things. I'm juggling, and if one week I'm doing more content, one week I'm doing less this.
I wish mine was 1 week I was doing this, 1 week I was doing this, but mine's, I do that shit every day. And it's like a lot.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of DevOps Unbound. DevOps Unbound is a bi-weekly video series where we look at relevant topics in DevOps. And they really, DevOps is sort of an umbrella term, and we look at everything under the umbrella. We have a really interesting topic today that I think is related to DevOps, and we're going to explore it. But before we do, I want to introduce you to our panel today. Before I introduce you to our panel, I wanted to just give a huge shout out to our friends at Tricentis, who sponsor and have sponsored DevOps Unbound here for a year and a half. And without them, we couldn't make this show happen. So many thanks at Tricentis. Tricentis, you should check them out for more information. We actually don't even have anyone from Tricentis on today's panel, unfortunately. So you're going to have to go to their website to find out more about them. But many thanks to them. In addition to these bi-weekly DevOps Unbound episodes, I should mention we also do a monthly, every 4 to 6 weeks, live roundtable edition of DevOps Unbound, where we ask our studio audience to be part of it. And you can check out our schedule for the next live roundtable as well. Anyway, though, let me introduce you first to our panel, and then we'll jump into today's topic. So looking at my screen, starting at the top, is our friend Tracy Reagan. Tracy, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tracy, if you wouldn't mind taking a moment and giving people a little bit of your background.
Sure. So I have been in DevOps for quite some time now. I started my career sort of as a build management specialist. I really got into putting the puzzle together of how to create a binary, which got me really into the nitty gritty of how applications are assembled. And it passed me into this world that we now call DevOps. I was doing, of course, lifecycle management at the point in time and software configuration management. And now we have grown into supply chain management. So as I say, SCM is the new SCM. And I've done this kind of work for a very, very long time, and I love it. I love the challenge. Deploy Hub is a kind of a new part of this puzzle that we call security and supply chain management and DevOps. We are a microservice catalog that allows you to track the ownership of a service, its usage, its inventory, its SBOM, its CVEs, and roll that up to the logical application level. So we're looking out in the future and saying, how are we going to track SBOMs in the future? And how do you even know what your application's consuming in a component-driven microservice architecture? So that's what we're up to.
Excellent. And I should mention, right, Deploy Hub may be new to the security world and to the world of SBOMs, which is in and of itself kind of a new subject. But, Tracy has been out here banging the open source drum for years now that I know her. And Deploy Hub is just a fantastic example of a really good technology with a lot of different applications of how you can use it and what you could use it for. And security and software bill of materials being one of them. So Tracy, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, let me introduce you to Steve Hendrick. And well, Steve's VP of Research over at the Linux Foundation, but beyond that, I'm going to let Steve tell you.
Sure. Well, I'm relatively new to the Linux Foundation. Just showed up last year, middle of last year. But I was coming off 30 years as an industry analyst, and for big names like IDC, I ran all their app dev and deploy research. So research has been a sort of a cornerstone of my career as an analyst, and that's why I'm one of the two people running research over at the Linux Foundation now. And I think pertinent to today's conversation is that the first core project that I started work on at the Linux Foundation was SBOMs, trying to find out more about SBOM adoption. And so that research went into the field around July, August of last year, and we now have a full analysis has been done, and the report has been published back in, I think, January or early February, and that's on the Linux Foundation site if you want to go grab it. Just look for something called SBOM on the Linux Foundation. I'm sure you'll find it. Anyway, so that's why I'm here.
Absolutely. Well, I'd like to think here, because you're a pretty bright guy, I think you got a lot to contribute to the conversation. But Steve, welcome and thanks. Next up, look, if we're going to talk about security, this is one of my favorite people to have on a panel, and it's my friend Caroline Wong. Caroline, you can tell them your background if you don't mind.
I'm so happy to be here with this group today. I'm Caroline. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Cobalt. We are a pen test as a service company. I started my DevSecOps career nearly 20 years ago, leading information security teams at eBay and Zynga. Very cool places to be working in cybersecurity. In both cases, we were running online operations 24/7 with millions of simultaneous users daily. eBay had an uptime requirement of 99.94%, and as one of the first major e-commerce shops, enabled strangers to transact with each other over the internet. Zynga was growing incredibly rapidly as an early adopter of Amazon AWS. In 2009, the Zynga game Farmville launched, and in just a few weeks, the game went from 0 to 10 million daily active users. A few weeks later, it rose to 80 million daily active users. At Cobalt, we build security software, we provide pen testing as a service, and I also teach courses on things like the OWASP Top 10. And I'm thrilled to report, actually, that the last two versions of the OWASP Top 10, 2017 and 2021, both talk about known vulnerable components. So it's something that I think is a very real part of cybersecurity these days.
Absolutely. Caroline's being modest. She's also authored several books, the latest of which is sitting on my desk in my office, not here in the studio. She's an adjunct professor as well, and has one of the most successful LinkedIn learning classes on application security as well. But I don't mean to embarrass you too much, Caroline. Welcome and thanks for joining in. Last but not least is my co-host here on DevOps Unbound and my partner in business, Mitchell Ashley. Mitchell, go ahead.
Hey, Alan. Hello, team. Hello, panel. A great group of people. It's great to see everybody back again and have Stephen on as well. I'm Mitch Ashley. I'm CTO with Techstrong Group, working with Alan. And I also am part of our analyst research firm, Techstrong Research. I'm principal there, focusing on application security, DevOps, cloud native, and lots of good digital transformation activities. So pleasure to be joining the panel, co-hosting with you, Alan. And I know this is going to be a good one.
I think so. All right. So let's jump into it, guys and gals. You know, the title for this episode is The Software Supply Chain and SBOMs for DevOps. You know, and that's a great title. It's very relevant and timely and, with what's going on in the world. But to me, this all boils down to why we can't have nice things, right? When you look at the very nature of how we've built applications from when I first got involved in technology just a few years ago to today is drastically changed, right? Today, our applications are not bespoke, right? They're not totally, I was in an ASP. I helped start an ASP in the dot-com days, 97, 98, 99. And back then, we had done a study, and we said that any of these out-of-box applications were good for up to 80%. You always needed to customize 20%, right? A big enterprise application. Well, application development today, about 80% of the components or the code that is in these applications are third-party code, right? They're not custom code that was written exclusively for that particular application. And in the world of microservices, man, that's blown through the window, because now we could have, for certain things, you have a microservice that's servicing 100 or 1,000 different, theoretically, applications. And what a boon to developers. We can develop stuff. We could just throw stuff together, stitch it together, and get something out the door. All's good in the world. And now, except for software supply chain issues. And those components that you're using may be out of date. Maybe they may have vulnerabilities. They may have design flaws. And how the heck am I supposed to stay up on it? Stephen, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to kick us off here today. And maybe, if you don't mind, do a better job than I have done of trying to give the history of what this whole software supply chain and SBOM stuff looks like.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's a couple things to probably keep in mind that'll help you understand the significance of what we're talking about today. I think the first thing is, and this is right from the survey we did last summer and fall, 98% of organizations in that survey were using open source software in some capacity. Okay, so and that's a number that's very similar to lots of other numbers, because most people, when they do surveys, they ask questions about that, and so I'm just confirming what's already pretty much public knowledge. So open source is out there. There's a ton of it out there. And open source has this really interesting characteristic in that many of the components, many of the larger components probably, have a whole stable of maintainers and committers. But as there's a long tail on this sort of open source componentry that people use. And in the long tail, you might have a lot of components, some that are pretty interesting to people, that really have one or two people associated with them who are maintaining them. So open source and microservices, software componentry is sort of here to stay. Those are the building blocks by which we put stuff together, just like Alan said. When it comes to the notion of an SBOM, that's a relatively recent phenomenon. So the idea of SBOMs has really been in the work for the last, I think, 5-10 years. And it started out as a way to deal with addressing license compliance, but it pivoted a number of years ago as a consequence of security becoming more and more and more important. And so now, when we think about SBOMs, we largely think about security. How do we address security concerns, and what kind of dimensionality is that in an SBOM to help address all of that? So that's part of what we're here to talk about today. And I think it's become really important because last year on May 18th, we had the executive order from Biden on security. And that was something we checked out in the survey. And pretty much everybody had heard about it, and pretty much everybody was saying they're going to do something as a consequence of what that represents. And SBOM was a very big part of that. So anyway, so there's a little bit of history on SBOMs. It's very relevant to how we develop applications today, and a little bit about why it's so important.
Got it. So Tracy, is SBOMs a uniquely open source software issue? Or you think we've got this issue anyway, whether we were using open source or not? Open source makes it better, worse?
So first of all, I want to do a shout out for the Linux Foundation. They did that. The document they published at the beginning of the year on SBOMs is really well written. There's a lot of research. If you want to learn more about it, it's a really good place to go. And Steve, what is the title of it? It's like SBOM.
I'm going to have to. I'll look while you're talking because
okay.
I was the one who wrote it. I don't remember the title I put on it.
It's really well done and it's pretty fascinating. It's got a lot of good information in it. On the topic of SBOMs, though, in the build space, we've been creating BOM reports for quite some time. They've recently been called SBOMs, but we still call them BOM reports if you were in the build space. And in the financial areas, they wanted BOM reports for one very precise reason. And that is so you could compare two BOM reports and get a difference report. Because when you would push code out to production environments anywhere in the highly regulated, highly audited industries like insurance and finance, you want to be able to show what the difference is between two releases. And the best way to do that is with a bill of material report. And so the output of your build should have generated a bill of material report, including any transitive dependencies that you may know of. Now, when BOM reports first started, we're talking about back in, when we were all writing make files, we didn't really have a lot of transitive dependencies. We didn't have to have scanners because we didn't consume as many open source objects as we do now. So yes, open source is one of the primary drivers, I believe, of looking into improving the security around binaries now, because we need to understand the origin of those objects. We need to understand the vulnerabilities, and we need to be able to include them in the now SBOMs that we're creating that shows what's inside a binary. I believe that as we walk down this path of security, the concept of SBOMs will grow. We'll start adding more information in it, and we'll start tracking it a little different. The Ortelius project, which is part of the Linux Foundation, they're a great team of visionaries, I would have to say. They're thinking about ways to use blockchain to create a whole stream of basically SBOM data that's obviously immutable because we'd be using blockchain. But there's more than just what went into the object. It has a lot more implications. And I'm sure, as Carolyn will tell us when we talk about pen testing, there's other things that impact security other than just the source code. Parameters that we're setting at the cluster level or at the namespace level or at the server level, zero trust policies. How do we start implementing zero trust? Everything will depend on what is in that SBOM, and it will be the central focus of gathering that information, understanding it, and moving forward.
Caroline, sounds like a setup for you here.
So I also have a very happy dog who is really interested in SBOMs. So if you hear him barking, he's just expressing his passion for the subject. Okay. So I just want to acknowledge that the term SBOM sounds so scary, and if folks don't know what SBOM stands for, I think it can sound really intimidating. I think it can sound like something super important and super complex. And the way that I think about it is simply that we're cooking in the kitchen, we're making a recipe, and we should probably have a list of our ingredients, because who knows, the folks that we're serving our food to, they might have a gluten allergy. And if that's the case, we just want to know what's going into our soup. And certainly this is, also related to risk management, which is to say that, security is actually an emergent property. And if you don't know all the ingredients that are going into your soup, there's no way that you could possibly know about security as an emergent property. I've certainly seen perspectives on this topic change over the past couple of decades. 15 years ago, security people used to tell the story about how to think about security and about how to decide how much to invest in information security efforts. And the story would go like this, and just for fun, I'm going to pick on Mitch. So security practitioners used to have this story, and the story says that if Mitch and I are running away from a bear, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to run faster than Mitch because then the bear's just going to eat Mitch and I'm going to get away and it's going to be fine. And this is how we used to think about cybersecurity in almost this sort of like comparative and competitive sense. And naturally, the underlying assumption in the scenarios that I value myself, I don't care about Mitch. My success does not depend on Mitch. So as long as I get away from the bear, I don't care what happens. But of course, the problem with this analogy, and there are so many problems with this analogy, is that in reality, software companies and the digital value created by different organizations and by different individuals, it doesn't exist in silos. We are not independent islands. And so I actually think that the more appropriate analogy for how things work in modern software development and therefore in cybersecurity is that we're in a three-legged race. In a three-legged race, we have to depend upon each other. If we're going to win this race, we have to work together in lockstep. And so that's how I really think it is today when it comes to software and when it comes to security. And so every software company, the statistics that Steve was sharing with us, every software company, including ours, is part of this tightly interwoven ecosystem of software companies and open source, components that provide a variety of products and services. And each of these uses other software companies to get their work done and so on. So it's just this tightly interconnected web. And if we're going to make software well, and if we're going to secure it well, then we have to understand what that web looks like.
Well, I feel like I have to defend my bear evasion skills now. Thank you. But clearly you would outrun me. So I think we know the answer to that. I was just going to add that, it's interesting. The analogy I like to use is like when you buy a piece of furniture from IKEA, turn open to the third page and it lists all the stuff that should be in the package of what you need to assemble this wardrobe or this desk or whatever you're building. And that's what a bill of materials is in manufacturing. Same thing for software. In our context, though, I think we're talking about software bill of materials in the context of a software supply chain, because I need to know where all those materials come from. What parts are mine? What parts are from open source? Which projects? How do they get updated? How do they get into my manufacturing, my software creation process? And to kind of talking about vulnerabilities and things like that's this complex interweb ecosystem of interdependencies between our software, third-party software, open source, services that we use, APIs that we use. All those are part of our software bill of material, our bill of materials in total. And when you think about it that way, that's where the complexity comes in and why it's so important. If you want to figure out where our problem is, first question is, well, what do we have? And that's why you need a software bill of materials.
So I'll agree with Caroline, though. I think SBOM, look, it's a great acronym, but it is a scary term. When you talk to people who aren't in security, you say, I'm worried about SBOMs. They think you're talking about about Ukraine or something, right? I mean, it's SBOMs. And then you say, no, it's software bill of materials. So maybe we can come up with something else that explains that. But, Caroline, in my world and history of security, it wasn't even outrunning the guy next to me. It was the zebra herd mentality where, I'm in a herd full of zebras and the lion's going to get someone, but not today, not my day today. It's someone else. It's another zebra's turn to get it today. And my day's coming, but not today. So there was, and that's a crappy mentality and attitude towards your security. I agree with you. Now, when I look at SBOMs, though, in terms of pen testing, think about, that would make your life easier, wouldn't it, Caroline? And, if I had an SBOM and now it's almost like, I think back to when Mitchell and I did NAC a long time ago. And back then, you could either do vulnerability scanning on a device and it'll tell you, well, what ports I found open and what settings I found through scanning. Or with NAC, we got away from that and actually just logged onto the computer and looked in the registry file at what the settings were. And sometimes we'd independently verify it, most times not. And it made it really easy because then we could check these computers in milliseconds and allow them on the network or quarantine them. Same kind of thing with SBOMs. Think about doing a pen test, against an SBOM list and say, okay, yeah, checks out good. Wait a second, this isn't on that material list.
Yep. It definitely helps, right? So the reason pen testing is effective is because the way that cyber attacks and breaches happen is that the software that we use is vulnerable and bad actors exploit those vulnerabilities. So in pen testing, you've got folks who are finding these vulnerabilities so that they can be addressed before they are exploited. And there are two common challenges in pen testing. One of them is scoping, and another one is discovery. And having an actual strong SBOM absolutely helps to save time, because then you have this precious time of a very skilled pen tester who's looking for vulnerabilities in your software. And if you can give that person a map, it saves them time, and they can spend their time looking for problems and not just trying to figure out how big is this map in the first place.
Yeah, agreed. Tracy, I'm wondering, though, you mentioned how microservices can be a real, I don't want to say a complicator, but complexity is part of our life, right? So microservices can make this a little bit more complex. Why don't we dig a little deeper on that?
Well, they're a disruption in the way we write software. Right now, when we talk about SBOMs and transitive dependencies and being able to produce that discovery, we're really talking about a single binary. And if we think about how we do SBOMs in a microservices environment, when you do your build, that's when the SBOM's created. In a monolith, you run your build, you run your scans, you create your SBOM, and it's done for the application. In a microservices world, we still have a pipeline, we still have a build, but that build is creating an image file for a function. Now, how do we know who's consuming that function? And if you want to produce a SBOM at the logical application level, how do you go about doing that? Do you keep track of it in Excel spreadsheet? How do you start managing that? And that is where the complexity, and this is the case with microservices in general, is that we don't have a really good way of tracking their usage and where they're at. And we have this data. We have, as I've kind of matured in this lifecycle management practice, I've always recognized that we've had so much data that we generate from our Jenkins pipeline, our Circle CI pipeline, and we don't do anything with it. It just sits out there in logs. So now as we do that in a microservice world, we need to do something with that data to start understanding where the origins of these objects are, where things are coming from, who's using them, how they're related, and all of the relationships that they begin to track. Once we begin thinking in a different way, we have to still have a build that shows the full application. We as consumers don't call up and say, hey, I just tried to order this really cool t-shirt and the cart service doesn't work. It won't add to the cart service. So your cart service microservice is broken. We don't say that. We just call and open a ticket. So then how do we start tracking those pieces down? It really goes back to, do we have an application level SBOM? Now we need it to understand not just that we're consuming it, but who is the owner of it and where it was created and how do we get it fixed? And what's inside of that? What's the SBOM for that microservice? What's the vulnerabilities for that microservice? And we need that information fast and in one place. We don't want to go track it down go start hunting down all of our logs through our pipeline. So we have to really, everything is shifting. We're going through a really big shift when it comes to IT. It's kind of fun. And I keep saying it, it's like a tsunami. We have microservices coming at the same time as we have this whole new discussion around security. And to be honest, I've been in software for a long time, so I feel like I'm allowed to say this. We've been sloppy when it comes to security over the years. As developers, we're just sloppy. I still see packages, Java packages being created with star.star. You pull a star.star, I could put anything in that directory and you're going to suck it up into your package. Now you're going to deploy it out to all your environment. And no matter what we do, no matter how good we're doing things, we'll never know that object's in there because nobody ever told us it was in there and we didn't know it was in the directory. So we have to be smarter. We have to figure out ways to track what we do in a much cleaner way. And we have to think about doing that now, not just for a monolith, but we have to do it now for lots of microservices and now start tracking what a logical application looks like. So we've got some work to do in this space. We really do. And we can't be sloppy anymore.
Yeah. Guys, anybody any comments, or else I'm going to go, Caroline?
So I couldn't agree more with Tracy. Yes, there is complexity, but it can totally be managed. There are other industries that do this properly. The airline industry, there are more than 5,000 airlines internationally. Every single day, more than 100,000 people fly on a plane. These people come from all over the place. They have all sorts of different attributes that you've got to keep track of, right? What's their origin country? What's their birthday? What's their, identification? And this works. For the most part, air travel works. For the most part, despite delays and mechanical errors and, all the different problems that happen with air travel, it works. And the reason it works is because people have agreed to standards and people enforce those standards. In software, we kind of just don't care enough. We kind of just think like what's super important is getting the feature. What's super important is making this thing work. What's super important is meeting the deadline. And we actually just don't prioritize things like making a list of the ingredients that are going into your soup. We kind of just don't prioritize things like backing up your data and making sure the backups work, because those things are not the funnest things to do and they're not the sexiest things to do. But, we go to an airport and there are 100 not very fun and not very sexy things that each of us do. We take off our shoes and we open up our bags and we put our laptops on the thing and, we all these different things, but we do it because we've agreed that it's important. And as an industry, as a software development industry, we just kind of haven't gotten there yet. We kind of just don't think it's that important yet. And I think we'll get there. I think we're going in that direction, but we're not quite there yet.
I think one of the things that this also helps us with, Caroline, is once it's visible to you what's going into our software, and to your point, Tracy, is kind of that laziness. It's like, oh, yeah, do we need that library? I don't know. Just throw them all in because we might need them, right? When you see it put together and you're trying to manage the complexity of it or the security of it, the vulnerabilities of what you're creating, whether it's over provisioning containers or libraries that you're using, open source components, it lets you see, okay, what do we really need? What are we really building our software on? Do we need all that stuff in there? It's kind of like, do you want your iPhone to sit there and update all day because you've got 5,000 apps, or do you want the 80 or so that you might use, or whatever the number is? It lets you manage what you're creating, and it makes it visible what it is. Because if it's not visible, you don't know what to do with it. You don't know how to manage it better.
Let me add a few things here. So far in the conversation we've been having, it's been sounding almost like we're at day one of trying to deal with SBOMs, and we really aren't. We're really pretty far along. So let me just give you a view into what that looks like. First of all, if you're going to have an SBOM, you need to have some way to capture the information, and we already have several formats out there in the industry that will allow us to do that. And each one has its specific pluses, and each one has its specific minuses. And realistically, the industry has not made any decisions about which one is preferred. The reality is they all have something to offer. It's early days in sort of the standards war space. And as a consequence, all these formats have something to provide, and each one has a following. And that's that's where it's all been starting. And that's good, because you got to have some way to be able to have a machine producible and machine readable way to deal with these things, because you got to be able to deal with this in an automated way. Has to be done largely in real time, and you got to be able to do it at scale. So you need to have a format. So we've largely solved that problem. There are some sticking points there, but we've largely solved that problem to date. You also need tools, because one of the biggest concern here is how to automate the production of SBOMs. I mean, you can't do these things manually, because if you want to go back just to your direct dependencies, that's not too hard to do. But if you want to go further down the chain, looking at your indirect dependencies for whatever your component is, it can get pretty messy and pretty complicated fast. So tooling to be able to help you understand, the sort of tree of dependencies is really important. And realistically, although I haven't even tried to put together a list of vendors in the space, and I haven't really gotten a good answer from any of the big analyst firms on whether they're tracking a market for SBOMs as of yet. The reality is there are tools out there. The Linux Foundation has some that are free to help you produce SBOMs. I'm sure that the software composition analysis vendors were very early on into the whole issue of doing license compliance and then vulnerabilities when it came to looking at components, and largely open source components. This is not a new market for SCA tools. It's been around for a while, and these guys this whole notion of SBOMs is no stranger to them, and they're looking at it very closely. And I would expect the SCA vendors to be some of the earlier ones from the standpoint of building sort of SBOM purpose, SBOM centric tooling, either to provide as a service or be able to sell to end users to be able to produce SBOMs and then eventually consume SBOMs. Because just like the production of SBOMs, if you've got a portfolio of componentry and products out there, you want to scan the whole thing. You want to understand exactly where your vulnerabilities are, help you make good, risk management decisions. And figure out how you want to do resourcing to make things better. So anyway, I think that's kind of in a nutshell some of the most important things I see about how SBOMs are developing. In the survey that we did, we in fact did see that about 47% of organizations are involved in SBOMs, and I will say that there's a good portion of those that kind of have dipped their toes in the water. But there's a surprising amount, about 20% of the end users that we talked to, it was largely end users. There were some vendors in there, but largely end users, were really fully engaged in dealing with SBOMs. And one of the reasons for that is because in some of the industries like medical devices, healthcare, transportation, especially, automotive manufacturing, if software doesn't work properly, then lives are at stake. And those particular industries have taken this whole issue of SBOMs very seriously because they recognize the significant importance of being able to do it. This is, lives matter, and this stuff, and SBOMs are going to have a very big role in helping ensure that, we don't have problems with software, that is in life-critical situations. So anyway, I think many of the other industries are kind of looking to what's going on, the evolution of SBOMs in healthcare and in automotive, and saying, okay, we can learn from this and we can use this as a model in our industry. So anyway, that's a little bit about the fact that, actually things are going fairly well in the SBOM space for having it be a quote unquote market that even I didn't even hear about when I was an industry analyst. So it's been kind of a well-kept secret, but it's getting a lot of visibility now. And I guess one last point is we did some projections on how growth would occur in the SBOM space from the standpoint of end user enterprises and vendors using SBOMs, either producing or consuming them. And 2022 is going to be most likely the year of the SBOM. We're going to see about 66% growth in 2022. And our penetration is going to go from about 45% now to up to about mid-70s. And then next year, it's going to trail off because growth was so high this year. But even with 13% growth in 2023, overall penetration will go from mid-70s to mid-80s. So this is a market that pretty much everybody has their eyes on because it's such an important aspect of how we have to build and manage our software these days.
I would, Caroline's point about the cultural shift that we all have to agree that it's important to do will help this problem. Years ago, I went to a conference in Washington, D.C., and it was about software. It was about configuration management. That was just the term. And I met several vendors, software vendors to the government who tracked things like nuclear subs. And they would be able to tell you with their system, if this bolt broke, what the impact could be and who you needed to notify to have a new one sent to you. And we were talking millions and millions of parts that they had tracked that kind of data on. And what I find today is that even though, we might use SPDX or we might use Cyclone to create these SBOMs, the access to the information still is scary. The word's scary, but if you look at an SBOM, it looks pretty scary too. So I think that as we mature in managing SBOMs and process, we still have to think about access to them and doing something with the data, because the data in those SBOMs is pretty darn critical, especially when you are trying to sort out who's using Log4j, right? Think about how many millions of people, how many millions of applications had to be recompiled when that new version of Log4j came out. In the future, we may just have to do a new release of the Log4j microservice, but we still need to know who's using those objects. And the data is in the SBOMs, but the SBOMs, my complaint about them is that the data still is hard to access. And we generate it, it stays under the covers of our Jenkins pipeline, maybe in our build directory. But we have to do something with that data. And that's the next evolution, I think, in SBOM tooling, is what do you do once that data has been generated? Why is it important and how do I use it? And how do we integrate it into multiple tools so that data is like the foundational elements of how we create software?
I agree. It can't be a manual process. Like, let's assemble the build materials of what we just created, because if that software is ever changing, small parts all the time, interchangeably anywhere in the stack, whether it's infrastructure code or application frameworks, any piece of it could be changing at any moment. So it's also not just what is it now, but what has it been? Because we may be tracking down things that happened an hour, a day, a week ago also. And that SBOM has changed since then.
Yeah, and in some ways, the crux around all of this is going to be dealing with sort of how vulnerabilities evolve. And of course, what happens is on a random basis, vulnerabilities keep being found in all different kinds of components. That will never stop. That will never change. We'll always be finding new vulnerabilities. The issue is from the standpoint of being able to understand SBOMs, understand the links that SBOMs can provide to known vulnerabilities, being able to have, for instance, like the National Vulnerability Database. What's really needed is there needs to be tooling that helps you really automate the consumption of SBOM information. So the tooling, can become aware of, what it is that, the portfolio of componentry that is in your organization. And therefore, as new vulnerabilities are found, there needs to be a way to be able to, get that information pushed back to this tool in real time, so it can then tell you, that we found new vulnerabilities based on perhaps their CVSS score, which is, how severe they are from a vulnerability standpoint. Make recommendations from the perspective of, okay, based on what your policy is around risk management, make some recommendations on what it is that we ought to do now if these vulnerabilities have been found. So there's, we're in the early days of having a really good way to consume this kind of information, but I don't think it's going to take that long.
Agreed. My only thought is, and we got to wrap up soon, guys, but, look, had President Biden not, or the White House not shown a light on this, in their cybersecurity report. I doubt we're talking about it right now. And now, from what my understanding is, the federal government saying all software used in the Fed space needs to have SBOMs, which is a big stick, right? That's a big stick to get compliance. Is it enough? Is it a big enough stick? Will it work, for software that's not used in the federal space, foreign countries? Do we see the EU adopting a similar kind of posture? And to me, because so much insecurity doesn't happen because we want it to be and because we're nice people, right? Sometimes it does. It takes that stick, and I don't know. I don't know if just the White House alone here is a big enough stick for it.
Well, we just need to make it sexy.
SBOMs are not sexy. Yeah,
they're not. We have to make them sexy. We have to make them interesting, right? I mean, I've found fascination in them from my early part of my career, and I never understood why I couldn't get in an SBOM conversation with another developer. But we need to make them sexy. We need to, as Caroline pointed out, they need to be fun, and there is some really good data in that, and it really has the ability to say, if we had that national library of open source objects, we could have notified every single individual who was using Log4j at the exact time that problem occurred. So it can be sexy. We just have to. That's our task for SBOM lovers is to make it sexy.
Hashtag SBOMs are sexy.
You got it.
We should make up little buttons like that for RSA conferences here. Hashtag SBOMs are sexy.
I think they make those for your
Someone
Crocs.
will say
You
it's
can
sexy,
put 'em in.
but whatever. All right, we're devolving. I need to
end this show at this point. Caroline, thank you. Thank you for coming on. Steve, thanks so much for adding so much here. It's great research as well. By the way, the report was the State of Software Bill of Materials, SBOM, and Cybersecurity Readiness
research, and you can get it over at Linux Foundation.
Read it. It's well worth it.
Tracy, always a pleasure to have you on, and great to catch up about the latest from Deploy Hub as well. Of course, Caroline's with Cobalt. That's cobalt.io. Mitchell, any last words and take us home?
SBOMs. I think it's an 8. You can dance to it. People are doing it, so join the fun.
All righty. Hey, again, thanks to Tricentis for sponsoring DevOps Unbound. We couldn't do this without them. Until next time, keep an eye on your SBOMs. And this is Alan Schimmel. We're out.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Techstrong TV Live at RSAC. I am Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Ritesh Agarwal, who is the CEO and co-founder of a company called AirGap. Ritesh, thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello and having the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
How's the show for you so far?
So very exciting.
Yeah.
Like I said before, I'm excited to be out of the house, out of the office, and meet people, see faces. So.
I think we all are. It's been a long time coming, and it's, you can kind of see just the excitement on people's faces, and they get to see people face to face. I spent about 20 minutes with a friend the other night I hadn't seen in about 30 years.
I can imagine.
And the entire time there were people walking up and saying hello, and it was almost like a big reunion. So that's kind of the energy here. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. So tell me a little bit about AirGap.
AirGap is an exciting young company. We started about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And we are trying to solve the most fundamental problems that have not been addressed by anybody in the most elegant way possible for the industry. And we've been inspired by lots of technology that already is available, but not applied to industry that we are addressing to.
Okay.
So exciting journey for us, solving fundamental issues that customers are facing. We have a bunch of customers that are endorsing the product, and we're looking forward to the future.
Excellent. And you're based here in California? Or?
Yes, our office is in Santa Clara.
Okay.
That's our headquarters. Most of our employees are based out of Santa Clara.
Excellent. Excellent. So what problems are you trying to solve exactly?
It's a good question. Let me give you a little bit of a history. Before starting AirGap, I used to be part of a company called Juniper Networks, and I used to run their security business, focusing on large telcos and large enterprises. And what I observed there was there's some fundamental flaws in the network industry that have been started back in 1980s, I would say, since we committed back then, notion of shared infrastructure or a shared network. And what it does, it creates a challenge of one infected device being able to infect other devices.
Right.
So if you look at any breach, it has a footprint of lateral threat movement. For example, if you go to your home and I walk in and say, give me access to your Wi-Fi, please, I'm your friend. And you'd say, sure. But if I told you that I have ransomware on my laptop, you would be uncomfortable giving me access.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason for that is because you worry that my laptop may infect your machines. What I observed also is this is not a problem in the telco world. So as an AT&T subscriber, let's say all of us are AT&T subscribers, and if I told you that my cell phone has ransomware, it shouldn't bother you. It wouldn't bother you. Millions of subscribers on AT&T or Sprint or Vodafone or Deutsche Telekom or Telefonica, they don't worry about lateral threat movement or spread of ransomware. Enterprises do. What is that they're doing differently? What if we could make the same thing available to enterprises? How well it would be secured? That's the genesis of the thought process that started AirGap. That's what AirGap is all about.
That is a fascinating thought.
Yeah.
Because I had never really thought about it that way. I actually kind of cut my teeth in telecom, and then I moved into networking, and I actually covered Juniper Networks
a
while ago.
I see.
But yeah, nobody ever brought that up. It's like we don't really think about the data breaches and the exfiltration of data over telecom networks.
That's right.
So what is it really that is so different between those networks that it just doesn't happen?
Oh, how much time do we have?
Oh, well,
I could
yeah.
spend the whole day on that one. But let me summarize it for you. First of all, I truly believe that often the best ideas are right in front of you.
Oh,
Just fail to look at
Mhm.
them. I was fortunate enough to sell to telcos in my previous career, to sell to large enterprises and be able to understand not only the outcomes that are different, but also the technology and how they're deployed and how they're consumed. So that gave me the confidence and the knowledge to build what we are building right now. But in terms of differences, to answer your question, I'm going to keep it very simple. When you take yourself an AT&T subscription, for example, when you walk out of that store, you don't turn around and ask the employee, oh, by the way, where is a DHCP server? Where is a DNS server? Where is a firewall? Where is a NAC? Where is IP address management system? And hundreds of other technology that you need to keep the organization functional. You take it for granted that AT&T would provide you that, or any telco would provide you that. You don't wonder ever that if I signed up 2 of my kids or family members, will AT&T be able to scale? You take it for granted. So getting services, you're getting scale. You never worry about mobility. You can travel across the globe and AT&T's got you covered.
Right.
You never worry about pricing. You get $40 a month or $20 a month, whatever your plan is, and you're getting all of that. You're getting mobility, you're getting scale, you're getting services, you're getting reliability, and you're getting pricing that is just cheap. a CIO is spending a lot more than $20 a month. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Are they getting more scale? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
They have to build their services, so they're not getting services. Are they getting more security? I don't think so. Are they more reliable, like the CIO networks? I don't think so. So there is a fundamental difference between how telcos consume the network versus how the enterprises do. And you would be surprised to hear this. And with your telecom background, you probably you're not going to be so surprised. But they buy the same set of router, switch, and firewall that enterprises do.
Mhm.
And I can assure you that because I sell it to them. I sold it to them earlier. I also will tell you that telcos for their subscriber network buys $0 in security. Now, many of the telco folks probably would argue with me all day long, but if you compare that with the enterprise spend on security, it's dismal. And that's the reason they're able to give you a $20 per month subscription plan.
Right.
Because if they were to buy all the security that you see the RSA here, they couldn't afford $20 a month. So, but the innovation that telco has is what drives the security, the scale, and all of the advantages I told you. When I thought about air gap, for any entrepreneur, this is dream come true because you can see an opportunity right in front of you. What if I could make all of the advantages that I described about telco available to enterprise and do it in a way that is 100% SaaS, meaning enterprises do not have to change anything. They don't have to buy a new switch, router, firewall, or security appliance or anything for that matter. And you would get all of the advantages of telco as a software. And so that's essentially the difference between telcos and enterprises. I'll love to go into more technical details. I'll let you decide how deep do you want me to go.
Well, I mean, we can certainly go a level deeper.
Okay, yeah. So, look, the fundamental flaw that I mentioned earlier is really the notion of shared network.
Okay.
And these are VLANs and these are subnets. And they made sense in 1984. Cisco and Nortel actually came up with that. The idea was to reduce the broadcast domain. And somehow we've stopped innovating on switching. We are building enterprises like we built in 1984, as if nothing has changed. Now, if you roll back the clock, some of us are old enough to kind of at least have some inclination or some knowledge of that. But you would see that there used to be servers that are probably bigger than this desk. There used to be file servers that would be sitting next to you. It made sense for you to have shared network. Cybersecurity was probably not even a notion at the time. The world is completely different, right? We are all connected right now. We have Apple Watches and we have thermostats and all of these Wi-Fi devices. We need to do something new. And I think as an industry, we have done a poor job innovating on the switching and the networking side in the last couple of decades. The telco architecture, on the other hand, is purely routed architecture. So, the difference between switching and routing is switching doesn't scale and routing does.
Right.
The whole internet works on routing. It is reliable by definition. It's scalable by definition. We rely on it for mission critical stuff now. If you could snap your finger and magically turn your switch network to routing network, you would get all the benefits. And that magic is what air gap is all about.
Okay.
It's literally a snap of your finger. We give you, in less than an hour, we would convert your enterprise into a routed enterprise. No change in IP addresses, no change in a switch router firewall configuration. It is super easy.
Wow.
It is, some of the investors that we have and some of the advisors we have, they tell us that this is first principle innovation in networking that they have not seen in a long time. So
it's certainly kind of mind blowing to think about it because, to your point, it's right in front of your face.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's like kind of one of those smack my head moments. It's
That's
like,
right.
why didn't I think of this? And
That's
so,
right.
kudos to you for thinking about it.
Thank you so
that's
much.
really, really awesome.
Yeah.
So, you guys have a couple like updates to features in your product, right?
Yep.
So that you've announced here at RSA, I should say.
That is
So
right.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So in addition to providing all of the benefits that I described you at a high level, we have a strong position to prevent enterprises from getting infected with ransomware.
Okay.
One of the biggest problem in the enterprise is lateral threat movement, and ransomware likes to move laterally. So it obviously behooves us to build a solution that not only stops lateral threat movement, but also addresses the ransomware menace that the enterprises are facing at the moment. As a result, we have two key features in ransomware that are very unique and our customers are super excited about. One is appropriately named as ransomware kill switch.
Oh.
And the idea really is, if you as a CIO, for example, of a large organization, pick a name, get infected with ransomware today, you get an alert or somebody from your team comes to you saying, Charlene, we have ransomware in the organization. Often enough, many of the CIO audience or CISO audience that may be on this channel, they would scramble. And I have had conversations with so many of those. They would say we would shut down the network, we'd start yanking the cables. And I said, I'm not sure if you want to do that. What if it's a false alert?
Yeah.
What if you're managing a Google campus? Yanking cables would take months, if not longer, right? And then don't even think about putting them back in. That would take years for you to build it back up. So it's not a feasible approach. A ransomware kill switch provides a surgical way for you to selectively and surgically shut down services that are important to you, that may be participating in ransomware, and so on and so forth, and hence stop the propagation of ransomware.
Very cool.
And then the second feature that we announced to complement ransomware kill switch is the idea of ransomware early detection. A lot of companies are working on ransomware detection. We are taking an approach of very simple thinking of what are the key top 3 or 4 traits of ransomware that are common across majority of them. And then we have built a specific solution that would detect it early, and then in conjunction with ransomware kill switch, which only air-gap can offer, prevent the ransomware spread. So it becomes a holistic solution for our customers.
Well, that's great. That is great. So tell me a little bit about your customer profile. Are you working mostly with larger enterprises or medium enterprises, or what does your average customer look like?
I'm going to give you a bad answer, actually.
Okay.
The technology that we have is so exciting that it's applicable to a wide variety of customers. It's very difficult for me to choose which customer to pick because everybody wants a solution like us. So in a set of customers that we have global 500 companies, and we have a small manufacturing shop.
Oh, okay.
And a combination. We have banks, we have healthcare, we have government organizations, and we have construction companies, we have biomedical labs, we have hospitals. They are our customers. These are the companies that are operating mission critical infrastructure that cannot be compromised with ransomware or lateral threat movement. These are forward-looking individuals that are trying to solve the problem. These are the customers that are looking for compliance, that are customers that are looking for cyber insurance. With air-gap, it becomes really, really easy to get cyber insurance, and possibly save some dollars on cyber insurance as well, because we are able to segment every device. So that's, like I said, bad answer because we have
not at all.
The board.
Not at all. I love that because it shows that your technology really is applicable to any size organization in any vertical, and it being a SaaS-based application, really, why wouldn't you do something like that and to use that technology? And with the proliferation of ransomware these days, it really does behoove any size organization to have some sort of technology that will help them mitigate any ransomware or even thwart any ransomware attack. So great stuff. I'm very, very impressed by it.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So do you guys have a booth here at RSA? I know you're taking part in our DevSecOps days, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
great.
we don't have a booth right now.
Okay. All right. Great. Yeah. Great. Well, tell me how folks can get in touch with your company if they're interested in learning more.
Absolutely. I'll give my personal email address as well. It's ritesh@airgap.io, RITESH@airgap.io. Our website is airgap.io. Okay. You can find more information, download some solution briefs and technical information. But I welcome one-on-ones with customers and prospects, advisors, investors, whoever wants to talk to us. I'm at ritesh@airgap.io.
All right, great. Well, Ritesh, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes talking to me about your technology. It's so great to see you in person at RSA, and I wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Charlene. It's been a pleasure being here.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we are chock full of more interviews coming up throughout the day. So I hope you can stick around. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
is Techstrong TV.
Well, I have the great pleasure of being joined by Tushar Rashad, who is Senior Product Marketing Manager with Barracuda. Welcome, Tushar.
Hey, Mitch. Good to be here.
Great to have you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you do at Barracuda.
So I'm the Senior Product Marketing Manager for Application Security and Cloud Security at Barracuda Networks. Among the things I do are also threat reports, where along with our researchers, I look at new vulnerabilities, the kind of attacks that are being launched against them from our honeypots and other systems. And then we also work on threat research. We publish the research for people to understand what the actual threats are and so on.
Very good. Very good. Well, we're going to talk about a 0 day that was announced, I think, back in the beginning of June, having to do with Confluence. Now, I've used Confluence maybe a little longer, but almost as long as I've known about Barracuda Networks. Both have been around for a while, very mature companies and products, and Atlassian. And I don't know what the marketing number that Atlassian would say the number of instances or installations, but it's got to be massive. That's a very
quite big.
Well-used application. So tell us about the 0 day. I know it wasn't one that you necessarily found, but you did some further research and are seeing kind of what the attack vectors and attack traffic's looking like.
Yep. So Atlassian Confluence, at least, it's used widely for the most popular use is as a wiki. Right? We use it, multiple organizations use it. So on June 2nd, which thankfully was a Thursday for all the defenders, Velexity did a coordinated release along with Atlassian stating that we have this massive unauthenticated root command execution vulnerability. Please start patching. Look out for these attacks. I think the patch came a couple of days later, but Atlassian had immediately published a blog post talking about the actual impacted versions. They gave a WAF rule, which they since rolled back, but basically they said, look, you're going to be hit. I think Velexity even said that it was already under active exploitation in some cases. So it was a fairly serious thing that had to be patched or protected against immediately.
As they say, the security team, the software teams, it wasn't a good day for them. When those things are.
No, it wasn't. I mean, as I said, happening on a Thursday was always a good thing because Log4Shell, for instance, came out late on a Friday and ruined a fair few weekends. So
thanks for a very long
weekend.
Tell us, so how do you look at this from the Barracuda perspective? Obviously, it's not your app, your 0 day, but you certainly, with the number of appliances and cloud services and all the things that you do, are going to see, something like Confluence. It's been around for a while, so it's going to have a lot of, I assume, on-prem installations as well as cloud, versus something that's maybe new in the last 5 years. So how do you look at this from a research perspective and what the information you gain about it?
Right. So for starters, we had some vulnerable applications up in honeypots, and we also had our WAF as a service, which protects against all of these attacks. So when we started looking at the logs, initially we saw a fair few, spray and play reconnaissance attacks. If you looked at it, I think as soon as the POC came out on GitHub, people were just grabbing the script and running it willy-nilly. And then it slowly started becoming that more serious groups were trying to exploit the vulnerability. We started seeing more serious payloads, starting from kind of basic attempts to dump the etc password file or just find out if there is a vulnerable application at the back, or then we started seeing people trying to build the Mirai botnet and variations of Mirai being thrown in the payloads. Then we saw coin miners and a lot of coin miners, especially since Log4Shell, we've been seeing pretty much any vulnerability that is disclosed. You see a lot of Monero coin miners coming out. So these we identified almost immediately. Then we started digging deeper. We found some Cobalt Strike payloads, which is originally started life as a pen testing tool, but now is being co-opted by attackers. And that was interesting. And while we have 2 more blog posts on this threat spotlight coming out, one of them takes a deeper look into a fairly complicated script that sets up a Monero miner, goes around removing other miners before it sets it up, and so on.
Interesting. So you actually set up your own honeypots and do your own kind of examination of what that's how you're part of how you're looking at.
Yeah, our research team does that. Yeah.
Do you also use any anonymized data coming out of your products and services that help you kind of analyze and seeing what traffic flows and attacks are happening that way as well?
Yes, we do look at anonymized data, and that is part of the threat spotlight. So, for instance, when we talk about attacks coming in from specific geographic region, that comes in from part of our anonymized data.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So is this a particular 0-day with Confluence? Is it following a similar pattern that you see with other 0-day or other vulnerabilities, or are there some unique characteristics of this particular one?
I would say it is fairly similar to other vulnerabilities. So you have that initial thing of people just doing a spray and pray attack, and then slowly the more serious actors come in. I forget who it was who published the research, but recently they talked about how attackers aren't looking for new vulnerabilities or doing the research to identify new vulnerabilities as much as waiting for a vulnerability to drop and then going after systems that are not patched or protected properly. So and that is fairly similar to what we saw here. In fact, while the disclosure happened on the 2nd, at least in our systems, the spikes we saw started on June 13th, which coincidentally is a Monday. So it almost seems like attackers spent that time building their tools, doing their research, and then launching full-scale attacks, when they came into the office after a nice, relaxing weekend.
Now, I'm going to make an assumption. You tell me if this is right. My experience using a lot more, let's say, cloud-based, SaaS-based services as opposed to running my own instance of Confluence or whatever, my Zapier or whatever the tool might be. One of the things I really like about it is I'm not upgrading software all the time. I mean, it's taken that burden, because that's how, you get caught by stuff like that. Is Confluence, we'll get to it. And 9 months later, 12 months later, you finally get around to patching it. Meanwhile, you get compromised because some vulnerability 0-day has come out. Do you see that kind of pattern where SaaS-based services tend to have a much shorter window of where they're vulnerable because they are SaaS and they're getting upgraded, as opposed to applications that are running either in the cloud or on-prem by organizations themselves? Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know if we're there yet, but that would probably be the ideal state. Right? Because even in a SaaS application, you have to deploy the patch. It's going to break someone's, deployment, because you may have an SLA in place for patching it, or you may have a big customer who says that you can't roll this out without talking to us first, right? I don't think Atlassian is fairly large, so they won't have had that problem. This vulnerability is fairly serious, so I'm sure their SaaS services were patched very quickly. But in general, I don't think we're there yet. Personally, I don't think we're there yet.
I think that is the ideal best case scenario. Maybe the other thing that might help us as we get more and more containerized microservice-based applications that can be upgraded in much smaller pieces.
Yeah, now I'm talking about way down the road, because we obviously have a large base of software that isn't that way. In theory, that would also help. I don't know if I'll be doing Techstrong TV when that happens, or breathing fresh air by that point. But anyway, we can hope that we're on a path towards that. Well, are there any kind of lessons learned you've seen either with this Confluence 0 day or gone through this process? Any advice that you give your customers or that you might typically put in your reports? Yeah, I mean, patching is a pretty obvious one, right? Making sure you're prepared.
Yeah. The biggest advice always with this is, as soon as the patch is available, please patch. As soon as it is possible for you to patch early. Yes, it is difficult. It does result in weekends going away. Change requests and all that have to be done, but patching is probably the best thing you can do. And having multiple layers of security with defense in depth, putting on my vendor hat here, of course, defense in depth, a term that has been used and abused for a while, is also important, right? So you may need a couple of days to patch. Having a firewall where you can look at IOCs and configure them will give you some peace of mind and hopefully prevent you from being compromised, give you that, air cover. But yeah, like you said, patching as soon as it is out, as soon as you can test it and put it out, is probably the best way to secure your deployment.
Very good. Well, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, you talked about miners, Bitcoin miners. Is that primarily people just taking over systems to be able to use it to do their own Bitcoin mining, or are they doing more than that when they're exploiting these vulnerabilities?
So the ones that we've seen are primarily Bitcoin miners trying to do their best to maximize resources on the end user system. So basically, they will have scripts that try to look for other miners running on the system, remove them, start their own mining operation. Fairly thought out pieces of software that do a lot of things to ensure the best possible outcome for their own mining setup. It's not the most efficient thing. The more resources you have, the more coins you can mine. So, they're trying to do the best they can.
Yeah, who knew miners were going to kick out other miners, right? This is my coin, get off. I need this system. I'm going to exploit it. Yeah, and you went to use just enough resources not to get noticed, right? Just right on the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, really interesting, Jar. Really appreciate you coming and talking with us about the Confluence 0 day, some of the lessons learned from that, and all the way up to what's happening in the Bitcoin miner world. So you mentioned that you do research and report. Are there some things that you can provide folks, resources, like on the website, they can go get the latest information of the kind of research that you're doing?
Yep. The Barracuda blog is a great resource for looking at the latest threats that we see. We cover everything from email to data protection to network security to application security to cloud security. So there is a constant flow of valuable information that we put out. For instance, yesterday we published a new threat spotlight on the email side about malicious HTML attachments that are coming through in email, and how attackers are basically embedding these HTML attachments in emails, disguising them as weekly reports, and then trying to trick users into doing the click the phishing link. So we definitely are looking at much more than application security and trying to cover every threat vector that an organization faces these days.
Great. And we can find the blog on barracuda.com. Is that correct?
Yes, blog.barracuda.com, and it's all right there.
Excellent. Well, Tushar, we really appreciate you being with us today. Please come back when you've got some more kind of interesting research to share with us. I hope everybody will check out the blog, and it sounds like a great source to keep up with what's going on too. Thanks again. Come back soon.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Bye.
is Techstrong TV.
I have the great pleasure to be joined by Seth Dempsey. Seth, the CEO with Configurate.io. Welcome, Seth.
Hey, Mitch, how are you?
Good. I'm even better because we're going to talk about some developer stuff. I love that topic.
Yeah, me too.
Before we get into that, tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us a little bit about Configurate.
Well, sure. Yeah, my name is Seth Dempsey. As you said, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Configurate, and I've been writing software a long time. It's been my passion ever since I can remember. Starting, when I was young, I was lucky to be in a school that gave me a computer young, and it took me to where I am today. I've spent a ton of time at large technology companies like Microsoft and Google, and also co-founded a number of small companies myself that led me to where I am today, which is Configurate. And as I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about, effectively, what we're up to here is trying to solve some of the problems that I had scaling larger teams, building large, complex cloud-native software.
It's interesting. So let's jump into it. I don't mean to over stereotype any individual job or group, but developers tend to be pretty independent. They like, the creative and the technical side of their job. And running small teams is, one of the best things you can do in life. I think it's a lot of fun. Doing that at scale, though, is a much different environment. I'm not saying you aren't creative and you aren't technical, or there's some fun to that too, but managing bigger teams, multiple teams, things like that requires a different set of maybe skills for the leader, but also tools, right?
Absolutely. It also requires different skills and mindsets for the individual contributing engineers as well. Because it means that they're in larger code bases that have a larger history, sort of more changes embedded in them. Maybe great documentation, maybe not. So, I think as much as, I romanticize about, the 5-person team, the good news is when you have a large team is that you can just do more, right? Like you can create more benefit for more people using your software. And that's exciting. And that added complexity that you talked about, both from, the leadership and management, perspective, as well as the engineers working in that, it's just the price you pay for scaling something to be big and popular. But we have to figure out how to deal with it. And, to your point, how do we retain the creative spark and the independence of developers while at the same time enabling, large organizations to function?
Yeah, I'm curious too, because oftentimes you're talking about, existing code base, which means you're working on software you didn't develop, right? Maybe you don't even know well yet. Oftentimes, I know there's been parts of application nobody wants to touch because they're afraid to break it because nobody understands it. But there's also new things that you're creating as part of it too. Say some more about what are some of the things that developers have to either know, think about, be skilled up on that are different in a larger team environment.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you said was, the code base has more legacy, right? There's pieces that you understand and, pieces that you don't. There's dependencies inside of your company that you take that you either understand or you don't. But I think anymore, even, as a developer on a even medium or small team, you have a lot of those same, issues because you're taking dependencies on third-party open source libraries that you didn't create. You're taking dependencies on, SaaS managed services or, SaaS hosted infrastructure that you certainly didn't write. And, to some extent, it's the most liberating time to be a developer because you're really standing on the shoulders of giants, right? The amount of reinvention you have to do is pretty low. But at the same point in time, all of this, you third party this, third party that, whether it's infrastructure or libraries or code or services, it just creates this massive amount of things you don't understand, knowledge fragmentation, right? And that fundamentally, whether you're, a team of 15 people working on a monolith or something that's microservices, or a team of 1,000 people working on something that's either a monolith or microservices, that's sort of the same. So, maybe there's even a contrarian opinion that says that a small team today may have the same problems or some of the same problems that only a large team used to have 15, 20 years ago.
One of the things often talking about is knowledge sharing, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you get into larger organizations, is not anyone can know everything, and not everyone can know all the pieces, but you want to be able to help people know who to go to or where to go to, or maybe disseminate information that is going to be helpful to folks. Like, okay, yeah, here's the API to talk to this particular application, but why? Here's what we're doing with it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's some of the challenges with using it. Okay, great. Now go do your stuff. You don't need any more help from me.
Yeah. That knowledge map is something that is, critically important, right? And for a number of reasons. So you could be, like you said, a brand new engineer coming into a company trying to figure things out. You could be on a new team in a company. You could be on call, having to look into something that you really don't touch much, but you have a dependency on, maybe directly, maybe indirectly. You're absolutely right. It's that knowledge map is difficult, right? Because I think we've all, been in organizations that have tried to do a really good job building these knowledge maps. And sometimes, I have this sort of metaphor I use with, leaders that I've managed in the past, which is, the fastest way to get promoted is to, hit by a bus syndrome, I call it. If your team doesn't operate just as well, if not better, if you get hit by a bus, you've got a problem as a leader, or, sometimes I think we've all run into the one person that wants to keep everything in their head and be that central resource. I call it being a bottleneck, right? Because the one thing we know as developers is we want self-serve, right? We want to be able to discover reliable information consistently and not have to, search through, I thought somebody posted on this in Slack 13 months ago. Let's go find, that link only to have it be gone or outdated. That's, sort of almost antithetical to that knowledge map concept that you were talking about.
In the DevOps world, and referring back to the Phoenix project, we call that Brent. You don't want to be Brent, right? The only person that can set up the environment, only person that can solve that kind of a problem. And pretty soon nobody can do anything because it's all dependent upon a person or a group.
Good old single-threaded, right?
A single-threaded, exactly. And you make a good point. I have had situations where, like, you're so valuable, I can't promote you. I can't move you to another opportunity until we get somebody else that can pick up and take it from there.
Yeah, and more than just promoting it, what I'm really trying to say is, hey, look, like if you're creating these central dependencies, you're stopping your team from being successful without you, right? Mm-hmm. You're stopping others from being free-threaded, right? And we don't want that. We want to enable, people to self-serve knowledge as much as we want them to be able to self-serve anything else.
Yeah, it's I've always said, you'd sure like to be the smartest person in the room, but if you are, you're probably in trouble. At least, you are if I'm the smartest one.
Yeah,
you want to hire people and have folks who are going to help other people, not just help themselves by being smart.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk a little bit more. I'm curious. I mean, there's always questions about who do I talk to? Where do I go to find this? What is it we're supposed to be doing? What do I work on next? What's important here if I'm a new person on the project, or we're making shifts in what's happening? We've revamped the whole idea for this product or this system or whatever, and kind of recasting where we go next. And people need to know what and why, right? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? And okay, now I have context for that, but I need other resources. I mean, what are those? How do you solve those kind of problems?
And that's, what you said is really sort of, what our thesis was when founding Configure 8, which is we needed this universal catalog of information that cataloged your services and your serverless functions or your microservices or your ETLs or all the stuff that you're building, but also your applications and also the infrastructure that's attached to those services, and also all of the tools that you're using, whether it's your source control or your CI/CD or your bug monitor, or your security runs, or your test system, or your all of these things. It's that old adage of like that cobbler's children go barefoot, right? We spend all of our time as developers and people building software, building centralized data warehouses and schemas for all of our customers, but we're still running 25 tools that don't know about each other with data that can't be queried or joined. That's our daily grind. And we thought, well, it was just about time for us to connect all of these things in a universal catalog. Whether it's the services or your infrastructure in, any of the clouds, or, like it's even hard to manage across multiple accounts. We have one person I know works at a company that has like 1,000 AWS accounts inside their enterprise. And, boy, it's hard to get things done. So having, a universal corpus, a universal place for all of this data to come in and be connected properly. So, hey, I know this service works with these environments and these cloud resources and this rotation for on-call and these deployment pipelines and these build pipelines. And, you can imagine these, Jira ticket, topics or components. And now, oh, wait a second, I have, a link to my run book, or I have, anything else that you need, and the dependencies. Not just from which cloud assets do they run on, but what services are calling them? What services do they call? Having that in one place, to some extent, is that living knowledge map, with the word living being key, because we know that they get stale when they're in a wiki or when they're sitting in Slack, right? And that's ultimately what we went about building, because we had talked to so many people who had suffered the same sort of issues that I had. At one point, I was managing north of 1,000 engineer team, and we had 7 people whose jobs it were to go and collect information on a semi-regular basis. And Mitch, pulling back to what you said, we decided we needed to migrate this database from this to this. Well, who's got databases of this type, the Postgres, and what versions are they on, and who made the migration and who didn't make the migration? It was sort of an arduous journey, but to be able to pull all of that stuff in a central, universal catalog and have it, always up to date, would have been nice for us. And then to be able to interrogate that data and ask it questions, joins across these tools would have been even more interesting for me. So that's sort of how we got started.
So I'm curious about this too, because on one extreme, sort of the wiki model of everything you have to write down, and if nobody writes it down or stops writing it down, you sort of lose the value of it, at least somewhat. The other is sort of take a data lake approach for developers. Here's all our data, put it in one place, put the query tools and the kind of structured applications on top of that. Do you meet somewhere in the middle to do that? By the way, I'm dog sitting today, so if you hear some bird, it's not me.
Yeah, I think we have some cats over here. But I think you're right. I think that the data lake as a repository is an interesting thing, but we don't want to make it high friction for developers to be able to understand this knowledge. There's this concept I love of serendipitous discovery, just being able to look at things and click around and navigate through the structure of services and applications and cloud resources and cloud consoles and dependencies in sort of like a good-looking UI that you want to use that's quick and has good search in it, and that's where we wound up. The lake is there, the API is there. You want to query the graph database and see how these things are interconnected in very interesting and unusual ways, great. But if you just want to see a service and see who's on call or file an incident or find the run book or see the last deployment or see how many open PRs there are, they're sort of sitting there for you to click on. And at the same point in time, I think if you're going to overbuild every piece of technology in the developer's arsenal, I think that's probably not something that's going to be successful, just given how many tools and how much depth there is. Mm-hmm. So the ability to contextualize that data and have it be related to data that's associated with it, but also deep link into the native tool exactly where you would want to be if you knew exactly where it was, is another sort of piece of the puzzle. So that goes to I think overall what you're saying, which is this experience needs to be data driven and data queryable and aware, but at the same time needs to be an enjoyable experience that is easy to use and easy to discover for developers who just want to find the information and don't want to write, custom queries to get there. Yeah.
Well, I definitely get the reason why if great to use UI is going to be important. It seems also that a natural tendency working with the developer audience, what are the first things they're going to ask is, well, what integrations do you have? What APIs do you have? I want to automate that stuff, right? I don't have to do that. I want that to be taken care of when I do check-ins and my CI/CD process runs, or go into my ops tool for scheduling for whatever the on-call rotation is. Who do you talk to do with that to get that data? That seems like a hugely important part of this, because they're not going to enter all that information.
Yeah, I think that there's another aspect to being able to see that data, which is also understanding the ownership, right? Ownership doesn't stop at the service level. Like, ownership is a fundamentally deeper concept than that. Like, a specific deployment pipeline or a specific build action probably needs owners. Rotations probably have owners, right? And so you have the concept of deep ownership to help you get to that right person with the fewest number of calls or clicks or questions asked in public forums. I think that's part of what this is about as well, which was making sure that there's optics and being able to run a query to see what happens when somebody's not in the LDAP database anymore because they're gone. Oh, where do we not have double coverage? Where do we not have owners anymore? It's you can sort of see how this would come together.
Yeah, very much so. Makes sense. Well, I'm interested. I'll definitely check out your stuff. Well, where can folks find out more about Configure8 and what you do? And do you have some free offers, accounts, or software?
Yeah. It's configure8.io is the place to go. If you go to configure8.io, you can browse our integrations, browse our documentation, and single click sign up, get a free account. Go ahead and use it. Yeah.
SaaS-based then?
SaaS-based, liberal free tier, and our goal is to make customers happy. Low friction, easy onboarding. Link up your accounts, catalog your services, and get going.
Great, and that's configure, and then the number 8.io,
yes.
Right?
Configure number 8.io. Yeah.
Well, great, Seth. It's been a pleasure talking with you, Seth Dempsey, CEO with Configure8. Hope you'll come back again.
Thanks, Mitch.
This is Techstrong TV.
Well, I have the great pleasure of being joined by Oded Hareven, who is with Achilles.
Thank you so much.
CEO, right?
Is it confusing, all those names, isn't it?
I like it. I think it's a cool name.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, the Achilles name is actually a good story to begin with, if you'd like.
Well, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about you and your background, and you can tell us a lot about
Sure. So I started my time with cybersecurity around 20 years ago in the Israeli Defense Forces. Started as a programmer and later as an architect, mainly for identity and access management. That's my field, basically. Been there as an officer for 8 years for several sections and teams, and then later I went to work for CA Technologies. So I've done a lot of pre-sales, post-sales, professional services in the Israeli market, basically. Lots of SSO, IDMs, mostly cybersecurity. After that, a tenure of 5 years at CA, I took some time off from enterprise software security. So I went to become a director of product for a company named MoveIt. That was in the public transportation field. It's a consumer app, basically. We were competing with Google Transit. I left that in 2018 when that was like 800 million users around the world. That was great. And that's it. This is where we started Achilles. So that was around 2018.
Very cool. Excellent. Well, you've obviously been in the identity management space for
for me, it's a comeback. For me, it's a comeback, and I like it a lot because just those 4 or 5 years when I've done some consumer business, that was for me a good time where the cloud have shifted very strongly, obviously, right?
Well, that's what I want to get into because identity management 20 years ago is much different than, it's an evolution.
Yeah,
where
definitely.
It is today. Tell us about Achilles, what you do a little bit about the company.
So Achilles is a secrets orchestration platform built to manage secrets, which are credentials, certificates, and keys, right? Especially made to protect those secrets within DevOps applications, workloads, basically that communicates with each other. So DevOps environments and platforms, DevOps teams themselves, all of those objects within those environments, specifically for hybrid and multi-cloud operations. So this means obviously that we have lots of different use cases around it, right? Secrets as they are, they're being used in those kind of scripts and platforms, etc. There's a great phenomenon of sprawl of those secrets, right? Within those platforms, within the source code, there's a very famous known compromise of credentials within source codes, right? With GitLab and GitHub, etc. We see that now and often. So basically, all of those locations are using a key list by fetching those credentials and certificates in runtime, Kubernetes clusters, the scripts themselves, Jenkins, CI, CD, etc. And yeah, basically we provide plugins for that, and those are using it on runtime, so that we are eliminating all of those different secrets and keys and credentials from those environments. So this is how we protect it.
So it's easy to set that up, and then putting credentials where they shouldn't go, but then after that, trying to manage it and keep it up to date, more or less secure.
Yeah, well, definitely. Back then it was more around human interaction, right? More of a privileged access. But today, what we were seeing, especially in the last 7 years or so, once you've had more employees than servers, right? And then something happened the last 10 years, obviously, that you have more machines than employees.
And distribution of all of that, of where that's happening, right? Not inside my data center, in Houston, Texas, or wherever.
Multiple environments, right? So the hybrid is here to stay, as everyone says, right? It's totally true. So once you've had your own on-prem perimeter, so you said, okay, if I have credentials, it's within my on-prem air-gap network or whatever. But then today, you cannot say it any longer.
Are we talking about human identity? We're talking about machine-to-machine. We're talking about API. What level of identity management are you talking about?
Good question. So what we're basically aiming and started, and this is our bread and butter offering, is the classic secrets management, which is definitely concentrating with or focusing on the machine identities for that sense. So when certain application needs to communicate with each other, they require API keys, they require database credentials, they require those kind of objects, and even SSH keys for that sense. But they're all applications to applications connectivity. With humans, what happened basically in the last year or so is that customers have told us, listen, you're doing that so great. We're basically providing high scale, obviously, coverage globally. We provide 4 nines of availability around the world for that service. This is part of our uniqueness, which is everything provided as a service according to our very unique technology that provides zero knowledge. We'll speak about that within a minute. But basically, so we've started by focusing on machines, but then customers said, you're doing that so well, why not extending your offering also to human interactions? So this is where we built our add-on, our extension for secure remote access, which is a light PAM offering for that sense. So we went from machine identities and now adding some capabilities for the human identities, especially for the privileged DevOps environments and engineers.
I'm curious now, I've spent some time in the PKI space, in that part of the industry. I'm curious, how do you look at it? Do you look at it differently when you're coming at it from a provider standpoint versus, I'm part of a DevOps software generation process, and it's key storage, vaulting of credentials, secrets, et cetera. But it's also automation and being built into the flow, because you need to do key rotation. Are you serving as the certificate authority for that process across multiple customers, or are you working with third parties? How do you look at that when you're coming at it from a software?
Yeah. So speaking specifically about PKI and certificates, yes, we do act as a certificate authority for internal environments, but we also have the ability to also work with let's say other solutions that complete us, like Venafi for that sense, right? So we have integration with Venafi, we're partners with them. But for any needs, you can also use Aquilus in order to basically issue certificate from Let's Encrypt. So we provide all the APIs for that. We are in charge on the rotation. And this is basically how it works. Now, what's really unique within our service is actually the ability to keep to protect that signing key. For that sense, we do that for AES keys also, but AES RSA keys, we protect keys in a very strong security model based on our patented technology named DFC. DFC stands for Distributed Fragments Cryptography, which basically allows us to run cryptographic operations using fragments of encryption keys without ever combining them. So think like when you're asking us to create an encryption key, we basically create different fragments on different regions, on different cloud providers, and the actual encryption takes place on your environment, right? So we manage the fragments. The actual encryption takes place on your end. Why it does so, using our SDK or a gateway, whatever we provide you, the fragments never leave their location. They are never combined, and therefore the chances of them being compromised as the key be compromised is significantly reduced, right? That thing is also, on top of that, we provide a zero knowledge. The zero knowledge feature basically means that you can have your own fragment of the key in which a keyless doesn't have access to. This model basically allows you to enjoy two things at the same time, which is us providing you the service of securing those credentials, securing your encryption keys, but at the same time, you get exclusive ownership because neither any one of our employees or federal government can basically access your encryption keys, secrets, etc.
So really keeping them private. Are we talking about private or public keys? Private keys you're talking about.
Private key, the public ones are public, so yeah, we can
in
generate
terms of fragmented keys, is that?
The fragmented key is the private one. So
Hold on. You must have kicked, I think somebody kicked that with your foot. I think you either hit that or hit something on
What happened?
This? Just lost your audio. There we go.
You got it back?
So what we're gonna have to do is, Mitch, you're gonna
I'll start back with that question. Okay.
Yeah, let me just
Yeah,
make
I'll
sure
start back with the. So we're talking about private keys here, and how does that work with fractional access?
Yeah. So you asked about whether.
Hold on. Let Mitch re-ask the question again, and we'll start again.
Okay. So you asked whether those are private or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about fractions of keys, I'll ask that question.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start in 3, 2, 1. So it's a little late in the day, but doing a lot of.
We can go on and on. Not
well, we don't have a beverage to share either, so you have to kind of go with me here at pace. So we're talking about fractions of keys. You're talking about the private keys, correct?
Fragments, yeah, fragments.
Fragments, excuse me.
So private, yeah. So this can be both. Well, private and public. This is about asymmetric algorithms, right? RSA for the most, obviously, the most famous one. But we're also providing the same protection for symmetric keys, AES for that sense.
Okay.
So the key is not just fragmented or splitted, rather than created as such. So the different fragments are created as such. They are agnostic to each other. They are not familiar with each other, and they are constantly refreshing their mathematical value. So this means that for a malicious attacker to gain access to your key, they need to attack all of those different locations at the same time in a simultaneous attack vector. It's known to be a very complicated to have.
Much more complex.
Yeah. So assuming that you have this ran by a keyless, protected and managed by a keyless, and also your own fragment of the key, all of those fragments are never combined. The actual encryption of the credentials, right? We use the key to encrypt the credentials or to sign the certificates on your environment using the facility that we provide. All of that is SaaS-based, right? So you have complete freedom with your multi-cloud operations, with your hybrid cloud automation. You can consume our service within your on-prem or within any cloud provider that you want. We support any authentication methods for that sense, so you can have workloads in Azure to authenticate to a keyless within using their Azure identity. The same goes with AWS identities. In on-prem, we provide universal identity, which is our own technology. And you're definitely free to run whatever you want, whenever you want it, and that's it.
So I assume you're selling to developers primarily as your audience?
Yeah, so we have two main personas or the worlds where we exist, which is obviously developers or DevOps platform, right? But actually the ones, and we not necessarily start from there rather than security. Security folks, CISOs, Director of Security, VP of Security, IAM, etc. Those are basically our lovable audiences, which they are interested in that world, obviously. They're very, very much focused on it. While we're running our processes with and engagements with our customers and potential customers, we also get into the table the IAM professionals, sometimes also the cloud security and the cloud architect, and sometimes also the crypto team internally within the company.
It's a good example of, in the DevOps world, talk about shift left and DevSecOps, and while those are, I think, good, laudable things to consider doing, it can't mean let's make our developers security professionals, because I can imagine that conversation. Your developer is going to have one set of conversations about how this integrates into our DevOps process, and some knowledge about keys and managing keys and encryption and things like that, certificate authorities or symmetrical, asymmetrical. Your security engineers are going to have a whole then extended set of conversations about, okay, so let's talk about fragmentation, how that works, and a lot of other things that maybe your developers care about, maybe they don't, maybe it's not really germane enough for them to really be that relevant. But both of those together, now you've got a solution that the organization, the corporate security, the cybersecurity team, and can be incorporated into a really effective DevOps flow.
We're peacemakers in that sense. In a way, the fact that we are a security vendor basically allows us to speak the security language, but also we're born in the cloud. So we're a cloud native, cloud born company that speaks the language of DevOps. We play under the same rules. We speak the language of the platforms and the top-notch technology that they're using, and by that we're able to get the common language between those two worlds, which is obviously very beneficial for us. You've mentioned actually a very interesting point with regards to shift left. What we also see is the requirements of the newer world of DevOps for centralization, and also the convergence of the tools and the requirement to converge a lot of different use cases into one platform. We see that also in the security world, but something happened in the last few years that the DevOps, it's dictating that pace of having more services from one place, right? So think of it, if a DevOps engineer wishes to work with secrets whenever they are, either credentials, certificates, and keys, it is suitable for them and required for them to do all of that all together. So as an example, what we see quite often within our customers is that they're trying, the security force, whenever they're being aware of the problem of secret sprawling within the DevOps environment, they're basically trying to extend their existing PAM offering and to go there to their DevOps teams and say, hey, can you use the PAM, right? Well, because it's credentials, it looks logical. They don't really think about it. Most PAM solutions do not extend well to the cloud native, cloud resource, the ephemeral resources of cloud, right? The whole thing about how to work with cloud. Most of PAM solutions, or some of them, are very heavy in terms of professional services, etc. DevOps do not react to that very well.
I think DevOps and also cloud native. I mean, the pace of change of software and how it's being created, and
you got it.
Smaller units of work and releases, continuous delivery.
You got it.
That's not a world that security people necessarily thrive or have lived in for much at all.
Exactly. So think of it as such. We basically the fact that we're offering SaaS service to manage credentials, certificates, keys, that's like taking the most precious objects out there and basically say, hey, we can run it on SaaS, right? Now, having the security people to actually go through our technology and say, hey, that's legit, you're FIP certified, you're SOC 2 Type 2, ISO, whatever needed, right? In which we are. And by the way, with that, we're very unique, having us to be also FIPS 100-2 certified by the US NIST, right? So having the security to provide like the legitimacy and the credibility, so the DevOps people now can basically see a very good alternative in the market that is able to react very fast, speak their language, cloud native, to really understand the whole thing around ephemeral resources, ephemeral credentials, and this is where we thrive. Basically.
Well, I think another, and I don't mean to be singing your praises here necessarily, but it's different to work with someone who may be a service provider in the PAM space, and so we want the software teams to use that also. It's different to work with somebody who understands software and how software is created and fit into the DevOps flow, DevOps tool chain, and workflow pipelines. And that way, I don't know, if I'm a security professional, maybe I don't understand that world totally, just like a software person will understand the security profession necessarily, but at least I know that they're using a tool that fits how they work. Not I'm kind of force fitting a security tool into a new domain that they may or may not apply it appropriately.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is about visibility, right? We see that in the world of vulnerabilities. We see that in the world of there are a lot of solutions in those worlds. So what we do is that once we are managing and protecting those different credentials, we're able to send all of that information to the SIEM, right, to the organizational SIEM. We provide full visibility. We also have our own module for insights and analytics. So if the security people wishes to use that, that's also fine. We do our best to basically, again, as I've mentioned, to bridge those two worlds. So to speak the DevOps language with plugins, easy plugins that speaks their language, SDKs in multiple languages. This is not the usual security vendor, right, that speaks their language. So we do that and go back to the security folks and saying, okay, what else do you need in order to have your best visibility, to make sure that you covered everything? You want to see the passwords that are being rotated, the certificates. You want to make sure that all templates are for certificates are short-lived, to make sure that everything is secured as it should. And when was the last time that a certain encryption key was rotated? All of those different things, by the way, different use cases, as you can imagine, for years have been provided by different vendors.
Selected by different parts of the organization too.
Now think of it like for a CIS organization, they are like crypto things, right? PKI, cryptography, encryption, identity and access management, for humans, for privileged, also, and now for machines, which is where we're starting, right? So all of those different solutions. With time, it seems like we're covering more and more and more and more of those. We do that very efficiently, yet we take our time as being a vendor, it's a startup company. We're now on the road for 3-4 years now, right? So although we already have good, credible, good, strong, big companies that are using our service, we have very good referrals for that. Although we were basically proving the quality of our service and having like 4 nines availability, we have track record of that already. We understand that we need to be very focused about what we provide and not to it's good to expand, but we're taking our time to do it very good, to do it the good way.
Well,
rather than just say, here we're doing this and that, right? So we see it as a very healthy process in which customers are basically more asking for. Can you complete that also? Could you help us also with that realm? Could you also manage those kind of passwords and credentials or other certificates, etc.? And we naturally evolve according to their requirements, and immediately we see feedback from the field. So this is how we look at it.
Great. Oded, it's great to talk with you and chat security and software.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hopefully next year again.
Absolutely. Sure. And I've said on a couple of conversations, or my talk tomorrow, I'm doing one on Thursday on API security, but it's all about the software process, because that's where it all happens. The proliferation of APIs isn't just because we just decided to write a lot more APIs. It's cloud native. It's microservices.
Exactly.
We're building software differently. That are much more API first. Once you understand that, and it sounds like this is a great conversation to have that you're having with your customers, is understanding that, then you can fit the proper tools to help people in that environment secure those API and software and AppSec and all of it, right?
Music to my ears.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, you should come, and then you can be a cheerleader, but now I know you're busy, so. Great to have you stop by, and
thank you so much for having me
again.
And
we'll chat.
Definitely.
Great.
Next time in Tel Aviv.
Okay, that would be great. I would enjoy that. That would be a lot of fun.
That would be great. Thank you.
Folks can find out more. Do you have SDKs, free accounts, things like that?
Yeah, they're free accounts. It's SaaS, so just sign up whenever you want. Akeyless, AKEYLESS.io.
.io. Okay, that's important to know. Great.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Eli Cohen, his CEO for Helios, and they've come up with a way to figure out what's going on with your highly distributed microservices-based applications. Eli, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
You guys just picked up a round of funding, so what's the plan? Where are we going to go with this? I'm assuming you already bought everybody a beer who's going to be concerned, so now where do we go from here?
Yeah, so, we're at a big toast, and now we're planning to double down both on engineering and on marketing and sales, to expand the team and most importantly, the customer base.
So what exactly do you guys do? How does it work? And why didn't somebody already do this?
So it's a great question, but I think I think we should start with the pain we're trying to solve. It will be a little bit easier if it's fine with you.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. So, what you need to remember today that, all of the R&D organizations are moving to the cloud, right? You're already tired of that pitch. Now, within the transition to the cloud, what we see within our customers is that they either break their monolith into microservices or serverless functions, or they're beginning the architecture, for microservices and serverless functions. And what we saw based on our experience, both me and my co-founder were engineers back then and engineering managers, is that it's getting quite complex for a developer today to develop in a cloud-native and distributed system. Mainly because, you have so many different services, you have so many different technologies, you are so much reliant on third-party APIs, on cloud-native resources, that even when you, as a developer, want to develop one feature, in an ideal world, you would expect it to handle only one service at a time. But in real life, you actually have to handle a few services that are actually tied together with few different technologies. So for you as a developer, your day-to-day life are actually getting much more complex, and you actually get much, much slower. And this is exactly where we start. Make sense so far?
Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of folks are intimidated by microservices, right?
Yeah, definitely. And what we're saying is that microservices, they have good things. It gives you the option to accelerate your development. It gives you the option to work in smaller teams. But eventually, you get into a certain phase when you just get slower and slower. And the more microservices you have and the more engineers you have on board, actually things are getting much more complicated. And this is exactly where we want to help.
Yeah. So how did you go about doing that? I mean, the problem's been around for a while. So what did you guys discover that nobody else did?
So I really agree with you. The problem was with us for a few years already, but I think that's why it changed significantly during the last few years is an open source project called OpenTelemetry. Are you familiar with it? Have you heard about it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. So OpenTelemetry, it's getting widely adopted nowadays. And it gives for us as developers capabilities that simply weren't there before. So what we do with Helios, we don't only make the distributed tracing data from OpenTelemetry accessible for you as a developer, but we also make it actionable for you as a developer, meaning we're giving you the traces that we collect with the right context at the right time in order to accelerate your dev velocity when you develop new features, when you troubleshoot your system, when you try to reproduce issues, or even when you test your application.
What's your sense of how rapidly is OpenTelemetry being adopted by developers? Because it used to be a chore to instrument my application. So is that getting easier?
Yeah, so definitely. I think part of the things that's recently changing, at least in the last 2 years, is that OpenTelemetry is getting widely adopted and it's getting easier to implement it. Nowadays, I think there is an agreement upon the industry that this is going to be the industry standard for collecting telemetry data. And we think the interesting question is not how are you going to collect this data, but actually what are you going to do with it and how can you leverage that?
Do you think that a lot of folks have started down a microservices-based project, but because of the complexity that you're describing, abandoned it and went back to their old monolithic efforts? And, is that kind of holding the whole industry up?
So there is a real pain here. I agree with you. I think, people started, especially in small startups, started with microservices, and then when they scale, they suddenly realize that it's not that honeymoon that they experienced before. So they definitely are struggling with that. So what we see is kind of like mini monolithic service in your architecture, and this is exactly part of the things we're trying to help you with, because eventually, microservices had some very good advantages, but we want to help you leverage them even when your organization scales.
How much can you track in real time? Because a lot of these environments are very dynamic these days, and there's a lot of changes. So can I, maybe create something that looks like a visual graph that shows me all these changes in real time, or what does that look like?
Yeah, definitely. So if you're interested, we can also do a quick demo later on. Really, I can share the screen. But the idea is exactly what you said, giving you as a developer a complete picture of how your different services interact with each other to the level of the specific transaction. And not only that, also aggregate that data and give you insights on top of that. For example, how your code changed throughout the time. So when you try to troubleshoot an issue, we can also give you, for example, the Git commit, and not only that Git commit, but the last Git commit that was actually working. Again, everything in order to help you as a developer accelerate your development velocity.
I think a lot of people understand that a microservices-based application is more resilient, but I don't think they appreciate the performance issues that go along with that, because over time, if I have an issue, the application doesn't crash. It just kind of reroutes things and makes things slower, and I could spend weeks and months looking for that. So do you think people get that?
So I think people, if they have enough experience, they get it. But this is definitely one of the pain points that we identified and we see even with our current customers today. So I think this is something that is very painful, especially when you onboard more capabilities. If you have, for example, sophisticated data pipelines, or if you have many databases. So I think this is one of the pain points that you get to realize when your organization grows, and it actually takes a lot of your development time. So actually what we see is that developers today spend more time on exact that problem of trying to understand what is going on instead of developing, new feature, and instead of handling their business logic.
Mm-hmm. And then we wind up inviting them into a war room where we try to prove everybody's innocence, but that can also take weeks and forever. So will we save a lot of time on the back end because we won't be dragging everybody into a meeting for 3 hours trying to figure out what's going on?
Yeah, definitely. It's I've been in this situation for many times already. Too many, actually.
What's your sense then of what is the biggest challenge that people are kind of getting to right now? It seems like developers are embracing the idea of microservices and containers, but the length of time it takes to build these apps and get them into the production environment seems to be a challenge, and we're not quite seeing the pace of deployment. So do you think that we are at some hump in the middle here, that we're kind of stuck, but that all these apps will soon be deployed in production environments, and we're kind of building this huge base of things today that haven't quite manifested themselves just yet?
Yeah, so I totally agree with you. I think we have a challenge right now in the industry. I think people double down on microservices because, that's what they read and that's what they believe. And this is effectively the only way to work in smaller team in big organizations. But then they reach a certain plateau that they understand that they have to do better than that because their execution simply gets hurt, So this is exactly, I think, what we as an industry should solve in order to better execute and to deliver better products faster.
You guys are helping people collect a massive amount of data as well. So does that mean we'll soon be throwing algorithms at this data to kind of figure out what's going on? What can we go do in the future? Does AI play a role?
Yeah, so for now, we're doing the simple thing, because what we see is that even just helping you as a developer collect this huge amount of data is very valuable for you. But definitely, we keep hearing demand from customer all the time to better analyze the data that we collect and to give them insights on that data. And those are the things that we already started doing, because we not only help you understand the system, our capabilities also start to understand your system sometimes better than you. So we kind of get a grasp of what is going on within your applications, sometimes even before you do that.
And the other issue that people don't talk about all that much is it takes a lot of time and effort to onboard somebody to one of these projects once it starts to get very complex. So is what you guys are doing going to help me figure out a way to get those people on board faster? Because otherwise they spend, months trying to figure out what code goes where.
Yeah, definitely. So actually, I have to be honest, we didn't think about it at the beginning, but when we started deploying our system to customer, the feedback we got is that our system actually is becoming their single source of truth of what is going on live within our application. And they were actually starting to use us in order to help their fellow engineers on board, not only to new teams, but also to new projects. Because suddenly, when you want to understand what is going on with your system, you don't have to go into outdated documentation. You can simply go into Helios and see how this flow behaved just yesterday.
All right. So what's your best advice to organizations as they kind of look at all this stuff and they try to bring some order to the chaos? What do you see as a best practice?
So first of all, it's important for me to say, don't be afraid. I think microservices and serverless, eventually they are here to stay. With all the complexity that it brings, we need to remember that it brings a lot of value, and it does help you accelerate your development process, but you need to have the right tools. It can be at the DevOps perspective, it can be at the dev perspective. You just need to provide your developers and DevOps and SRE the right tools to make things easier on their life in order for them to be focused on their business logic and not on the periphery.
All right, guys, you heard it here first. Using the same tools as you always use to build something new and different may not be the best idea you're ever going to have. Eli, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Vlad Huntik, who's CEO for Signal My Oligarch. They're doing some work with the Ukrainian government on cybersecurity. As we all know, it's a bit of a hot topic these days. Vlad, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you for inviting.
So what exactly are you guys doing in the Ukraine these days? What's the challenges and what do you need from other folks?
If we are talking like what we actually need, I would describe this with the most famous hashtag that we are pushing right now is Arm Ukraine. Because if we're talking about things that we need to win this war, obviously we need more heavy weapon. On the other side, we as a Signal My Oligarchs trying to fight in this war and fight for democracy in a bit different way by using our skills. That's actually why we created Signal My Oligarch app, because now Western governments trying to find and freeze oligarchs' assets. And I actually have a partner, so I'm a co-founder of the Signal My Oligarch, and the partner, he has a decades experience in financial industry. And during the conversation, he told me that it's very easy to hide an asset in Europe, let's say, by just simply registering it on daughter, any family member, or offshore company, and so on. And we was talking about how we can help to reveal those assets, and decided to create this bridge between people, just an average person who probably working on the real estate or a crew member of the boat that belongs to oligarch, and they know that this boat belongs to the specific oligarch. So we are trying to be a bridge between those people and Western governments to help them find those assets, because they are mostly looking for direct ownership. So if the property or any assets directly belong to the oligarch, but if it's belongs to a family member, it becomes a bit more tricky to find and to locate that. And we are trying to help in this area, basically.
There's also a lot of shadow companies that seem to own a lot of these assets. So can you help people track that as well?
Right now, we are trying to target mostly bank accounts, like boats, real estate. And any other possible assets. So basically, we're trying to cover all possible areas. But some assets is more hard to find and to know about them. Some assets are more easy to find, like real estate. So you can be a neighbor of the oligarch family in Italy, let's say, and you actually can know that this, the daughter of the oligarch lived there. So you can potentially know that this is their asset, and it can be free it can be freezed by the government.
Mm-hmm. Will you be able to map the relationships between different oligarchs and members of their families? Because it seems like a lot of these people operate in their own kind of semi-organized criminal model, essentially.
Yeah, we don't have any relationship with any of them. We just have a list of those people. The thing that we are trying to achieve is, of course, is to freeze the assets, but as well as to push more pressure on the Putin environment, because oligarchs is the closest environment that he have. And the more pressure we'll put on them, the more pressure they will transfer on his shoulders. So that's what we're trying to achieve. And what we are actually trying to do more closely is to cooperate with the governments, not with the oligarchs. And for us, it's obviously that most of their assets was gained by some unfriendly actions.
What was the hard part about building this app? And it's kind of curious to me that maybe why didn't we see something like this before?
I think that why we didn't see anything like that before, because there was no need for that. Like, there was sanctions on the Russia as a country or as an economy object, but when the war begins, more attention. Western governments start paying more attention for the Putin's environment, which is the oligarch. The most challenging part was to create it as soon as possible, because it doesn't make any sense if we would finish this app, in 1 year or something like that. So the most challenging part was even not to find the team. This actually was one of the most easiest challenges that we faced during the development, because when we was reaching out to developers, designers, and other team members, they was more than happy to help, and they agreed to for the lower fees and worked a lot of hours over time to basically create this app from the ground in 2.5 months.
Wow. Did you guys use any particular frameworks for building the app? Were there things like Agile, DevOps, or did you just kind of rush to get it done?
Oh, that's more tech stuff that I think I'm not that much involved, because my part of the corporation was mostly design and marketing, and the development part was handled by the other co-founder. So I actually don't know which language actually we even used to build the app. We definitely used the frameworks, but I don't remember the language.
Do you think that this application concept could be applied in other areas where there's clearly some sort of criminal oligarch type thing, whether it's cybersecurity ransomware folks or other countries that are run by oligarchs? Do you think that, we'll use this model again elsewhere?
Well, I think that could be a huge potential. Right now, our focus is to help Ukraine mostly, but if this will go well, why not? Because the challenging part here is the verification, because anyone can send something, and after the report, the challenging part is the verification. So on our end, at least, as soon as somebody sends us a report, we are doing a manual review of that report. So we are checking. We don't have access to some databases which governments have, but on our end, we are trying to do whatever we want and can to do pre-qualification for the report. At least check the photo to see if it's not a selfie or something, or if the geolocation is not somewhere near the Pacific Ocean, something like that. So we're doing this pre-qualification, only then sending the report to the government, and then they're doing their work because they have more ways to check the ownership and so on. So I think this approach could be taken and improved in the future, and it can potentially be used by other countries to cooperate with citizens, with any people that are live in a specific country to find something.
What do you need from IT professionals right now? Do you need more developers to work on the project? Do you need people to work on the back end? I mean, where are you guys as we kind of sit at the moment?
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered in regards of development. What we desperately looking right now is for exposure. So that's why we have a PR team that are connecting every possible media that can be interested in the app, and not just in the app, but also in the topic that we are trying to cover here. So the challenging part right now is not development, is to get our app on as many eyes as possible, because the more people will know that it exists, the higher chance that somebody who really knowing information about the oligarch asset can install or use a web version if this person don't want to install the app and report the asset.
All right. So I guess instead of seeing something and saying something, now we want people to see something and download an app and then say something through the app. Hey, Vlad, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, thank you too.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right. Well, I hope we delivered everything I promised in the beginning of the show today. Some really great content, really great interviews. We're sitting on so much interviews we've done at RSA and KubeCon, and I'm actually heading over to Israel this week for Yalla DevOps. If you're in Israel, it's at the, I believe, Hilton Tel Aviv next Monday, the 18th. If you're there, stop by, say hello. We'll be doing interviews. I'm also chairing a session on IoT and security, so that ought to be great. Look forward to seeing you there. Again, big welcome, shout out to my friend Mike Rothman joining us today. You'll be seeing a lot of him going forward. We'll be back on Thursday with some fresh show. Until then, though, hey, stay safe, stay well, be strong, Techstrong. We're out.